There we go. It is man bits hot in this RV. Close that and turn our light down a little bit. I never can quite tell till we get there. There, that's a little bit less intrusive. This, you guys, I'm a sight. I'm a sight. J.K. Martin, hello, I'm here and I see you. You guys, if you're here, drop me a little comment so I know you're here. Lisa Jax, howdy. Let me make sure my Rumble folks. We are here. If you're not seeing the live video, just hit refresh. Maybe hit refresh. Let me make sure Rumble's working. Something's always got to go hinky, doesn't it? Always right at the beginning, too. And I try so hard to have everything be perfect. Yeah, that's what you get for trying to be perfect, isn't it? Let's see if we're going here on Rumble. Yep, there we go. We're good, we're good, we're good. Pause that. All right, now we're all set. Oh, son of a gun, I got to pop the chat out. I do like that they have the new option where you can pop out the chat, because then you can, it just makes much better use of your screens. And I've got so many screens going, it's ridiculous. Let's pop this one up front. I need a third, I cannot believe I need a third screen. I feel like that's so high maintenance of me, but I don't know what's going on here. And I look so pale. I think it's, I don't know. I'm not sick, I promise. Somebody asked me the other day, they're like, are you not feeling well? And I'm like, no, this is what I look like. There, that's a little better. Anyway, oh my goodness, what a week. Hello, hi, Kim Bennett, welcome. Well, welcome, Lorraine. Lisa, I always forget to pop your comments up. You guys got to whack me. Your NDE story helped me immensely this week. Thank you for sharing. You're welcome, Kim Bennett. I'm glad it blessed you. Lorraine, greetings. So I was going to explain a few things because I have some people who are not tech savvy, like myself. And if you are watching from Facebook and your comments are set on just your friends or private, your comments will not show up in the chat. I won't be able to see them. So the way to do that without having to change your privacy settings would be just to come to Rumble and search for Nurse Penny and participate in the live chat on Rumble. Or you can do it on YouTube. Hi, Lisa. And that will make life easier for you. There's just a live chat section. I know my friend Debbie was really struggling with this. So hopefully she's on and she sees that, because she was really having a hard time. And if you are on the Rumble app, if you just slide down below the video, you'll see the live chat. There'll be a little section that says live chat. You can click on it and get it going there. And I don't know if you can make donations on the Rumble app yet, but you can make them on the website. And if you look in the description, you'll see I have how you can support the show. Thank you so much to our donors. It just touches my heart. Y'all just have no idea. I have people that are on very fixed budgets and they send $5 a month or $1 a month. And that just, I don't know. I just love that. Like I said, I love to get more because it helps, but I just think that is so sweet that people who can only afford to give $1, give the dollar. I don't know. Maybe I'm just silly, but it just means a lot to me. I know times are tough. I know people are on fixed incomes. I know people are really hurting financially with their businesses since COVID. And just the fact that you carve out anything for me it just blesses my socks off for sure. I don't have socks on, so I could show you. That's proof. But anyway, it was so hot in the RV, and we don't have it hooked up to enough juice to be able to run the AC. So if you're hearing fans, I apologize, but it's either that or I get naked, and you don't want that. Or maybe you do, and you're just going to have to live without it. Sorry. There's other channels on Rumble for that, if that's what you're looking for, a near naked broadcast. I'm just modest, so I can't. But anyway, I've got my little polar ice thing going, and it's on my back, that little like freezy thing they put on when you have surgery. I put it behind my back for air conditioning. But what a week. I don't know if you guys have been watching the FBI hearings or the Carrie Lake thing. Of course, I'm obligated to watch because I have to do a show. But if you guys are not watching on Uncover DC or Tracy Beans, either one, you're missing out, because she and Kyle Seraphin yesterday did a, like a commentary on the FBI hearing as that was going, the whistleblowers. And Kyle Seraphin, I'm going to figure out how to do this, but Kyle Seraphin has a voice modulator. And so when Debbie Wasserman Schultz is on, he's got like this helium voice that will, and so he just makes like random stupid comments, and it's hysterical. It's like, do you remember when we were kids? I don't know how old you are, but there used to be, was it like Mystery Theater or something, where they had the two characters that were like in the front row that would make snarky comments throughout the movie? It's kind of like that. And then he's got like a really low, deep voice that he does for the guys. And it's hysterical. It's so funny. Anyway, if you get a chance, go on over to Uncover DC. Tracy does a great job over there. And she's just a wonderful friend. I love her soul. And you know, I like to help plug other people's shows. She plugs mine. We're a small, you know, community here on Rumble. And so we like to lift each other up. And Tracy is definitely been added value to my life for sure. And she's going to be coming on the show. I offered to have her come on a Friday, and she's super excited about it. And we may crack out some wine. It's going to be real fun. I won't drink wine because I can't drink wine for some reason. Do you guys have where like there's an alcohol you can tolerate and do just fine? And yeah, Dark to Light. Thank you, J.K. Martin. Dark to Light podcast is Tracy's podcast. I cannot drink wine. If I drink 4 ounces of wine, I'm stupid, right? I wouldn't be able to do the show. I can drink the heck out of a Long Island iced tea. What is that? There's like, what, 50 kinds of liquor in an LIT? And it doesn't touch me. It's the weirdest thing. I remember ordering it in a restaurant and then ordering a second one. Look at these bangs. They're just, ugh. I ordered a second one and the lady says, "Are you sure you want another one?" And I'm like, I'm thinking they're like scamming me or something. Sugar gives you headaches. Lisa says she can't drink any alcohol. Since I had a gastric sleeve surgery after all of those episodes of anaphylaxis, because I'd gotten so big on the steroids and could not get the weight off, and it was killing me. I honestly believe if I had not had the surgery and lost that weight before COVID would have taken me out. I don't think there'd have been any surviving it for me, because I wasn't going to go to the hospital and go on the ventilator. But anyway, I wouldn't make anything that strong and do a podcast. But I told her, you know, come on, we'll have just a little drink and get silly, and it'll be fun. Tracy and I work really well off each other, so I think you guys will enjoy that. And I did confirm with the 9/11. His name's going to fall right out of my head. Is it David? There you go. That's what happens when you're almost 53. But anyway, I confirmed with him he wants to come on. We're trying to get our schedules worked out. What I'm wanting to do is, on book club, we're reading The Return of the Gods. The book before that, Harbinger 2, talks about 9/11. And so I think we're going to finish out this book, and then I'm going to have him on, and then we're going to dive into The Harbinger 2 by Jonathan Cahn. So that's kind of your little heads up if you guys want to get the book. It's The Harbinger, Harbinger 2 by Jonathan Cahn. It encompasses a lot of what's in one, so I think we'll just go ahead and read 2. And then, but before that, we'll have the 9/11 guy on, because I think that'll kind of bridge us into it. And I think that'll be super interesting. He's excited to come on. His wife is also was involved in the 9/11 research movement, and that's how they met. And she's willing to come on too. So we'll just see how that goes. Summer's going to be super busy. I've got a ton of stuff going. We're going camping. We're going to probably miss one podcast over the summer. Try not to miss any more. Thank you, Enlighten. And then I just want to talk about jerks for a minute. I know I don't like to give jerks time, because I feel like it just encourages them. But I think sometimes you should call out bad behavior. So there's a user that is on Tracy's channel, and I'm sure this will just excite the heck out of him that he got to mention. But his name is Stasis. And so when I did my near-death experience, when I talked about it on Tracy's show, this person starts, going on and on about how, there's no new prophecy, there's no new revelation from God. He belongs to this particular doctrine, I guess, that believes that all of the gifts pretty much stopped with the disciples, and that was it, and that there's no revelation from God anymore. And I'm like, the Holy Spirit reveals God to us daily in our prayers and just in our life to help us out. What are you talking about? And so, then he's got to like get quietly insulting. Like he gets you so irritated that you say, look, we don't have to agree. That's fine. Why do you care so much? I mean, I'm one person. Just don't watch the show. And so now you don't want me to watch. You're just totally gaslighting, right? Real jerk. Well, that show is Tracy's, and she started having Frank on, I guess like 5 years ago. And so they do the show together. They co-host, but it's always been exactly J.K. Martin. It's always been, her show. And this person is so rude. They get on and they talk to Frank like Tracy's not part of the show. And I'm like, that is so rude. And the person's name is Stasis, which makes sense. But anyway, he's like, Frank, you should just take over the show and you should call it the Frank Morning Show or something like that. And I thought, what a rude thing. That is her show. Frank is a co-host. I just am amazed. And the person's like constantly lashing out at her. Well, hello, Kathy. Is constantly lashing out at her and being really mean. And she's blocked him, but then he creates other accounts and comes back. He's like herpes, he just never leaves. And he's just so destructive and mean and rude. And so I had quit commenting to him because it took me a while to realize he was not a normal person that you could have a real conversation with. He was just, just wanted to fight. So anyway, if you're on that podcast and you see that person, just ignore him. Don't talk to him because he so wants the fight. He wants the engagement, and he'll get you so worked up and riled up because you're a freaking good person. And you're like, wait a minute, that's not nice. Don't say that to the host of I mean, if you were saying it to Frank, I'd say the same thing. But anyway, Frank, if you see this, go on there and yell at that guy. What the heck? Don't let him get away with that. I know a lot of people don't have time to go through and read all the chat stuff, of course. And Frank's got his own show. I get that. But girl, I just hate mean people. Like, why do you have to be like that? Yeah, so not true. I write through heaven all the time. Why do they think God lost power to speak? I don't think God's lost power to speak. I mean, he spoke to me. Herpes. I know, right? I said, that person is like recurring herpes and IBS. If herpes and IBS had a love child, it would be this Stasis person. No, he thinks that, not you. Yes, exactly. Yeah. I'm sorry. I write through him all the time. Why do they think God? Let me read that again. Why do they think God? Oh, why do they think God lost power to speak it? Yes. Exactly. Look at you guys. You're so dang smart. All right. So I had to start with, hi, Michelle. I had to start with the Sam Britton thing. So you guys know Sam Britton, right? He was once in charge of our spent nuclear waste. I don't know who's screening for these jobs. And he is non-binary, I guess. He's a living God. Of course he speaks. Exactly. That's what I said. Well, that person's convinced that I ran into Satan and not God, and or that I made the whole thing up and I'm just a malicious false prophet and I might actually be the Antichrist. I mean, it's gone that far. I'm like, I'm the nobody would. I would be the worst Antichrist ever. I would be so bad at it. First of all, I can't lie. I don't have a good enough memory to lie. And it's just been a rule of mine. I used to lie when I was a kid, and it just got me into so much trouble. And so I was like, this is crazy. I'll just tell the truth, no matter how bad it is. But anyway, Sam Britton, God love him, he cannot stay out of trouble. And he has stolen more luggage. After getting in trouble for stealing luggage and having to pay $3,500 for whatever he stole, he's able to get another job, like a good job. And now he's in jail because he's stolen more luggage. So let's have a look. That at that point, you're a kleptomaniac. How did you get a job in government? The whole thing just blows me away. Okay, let's see. We want this one. I love that I figured out how to do that. There we go. All right, here we go. Ex-Biden nuclear official Sam Britton. You guys, if the fan is too much, let me know, and I'm going to aim it down a little bit so it's not blowing the heck out of the mic. It's just so hot in here, I can't do it. Ex-Biden nuclear official Sam Britton arrested as fugitive from justice for luggage theft. This is the greatest story. Consider the government that hired him. Exactly. I just, what are you doing? I just don't get it. I'm trying to be understanding and everything, but you're at your job. Like when I worked at, I know, Enlighten, right? I'm the Antichrist. Isn't that incredible? You're at your job. Like I would not, I just don't understand. Maybe I'm old fuddy-duddy, but I don't know how you show up to a job interview and they're like, yes, absolutely you. I'm sure there's nothing dark or weird going on in your life. We'll just ignore that puppy fetish you've got. I'm not making that up. That you've got pictures of, post on your Instagram, and yes, we'll absolutely give you a job. Handling spent nuclear waste. I've had harder interviews for volunteer jobs. Rockville, Maryland, sorry guys, Sam Britton, the non-binary activist tapped by Joe Biden for a key nuclear role before he was fired for stealing women's clothes, was arrested again Wednesday night as a fugitive from justice for allegedly stealing luggage. Hi, Miss Debbie, you found us. As a fugitive from justice for stealing luggage. If you're going to be a fugitive from justice, be Bonnie Gooch. Do you guys remember Bonnie Gooch from last week? Bonnie Gooch was the 78-year-old bank robber that keeps getting caught, that stole $13,000 from a bank and handed over the note and said, I'm sorry, I scared you. I liked that story so much that the outdoor cat that has adopted us, we've now named her Bonnie Gooch. And we use the whole name. Bonnie Gooch, come here. And she's like, oh, yeah, that's me. The real question is, who is his relative that secured his job? You got me. I mean, how high up? I just don't know. The whole thing is insane. And it's so funny because when I first saw this person before they did anything wrong, I thought there might be some, I don't hear you're a personal fan. Oh, good. This person might not, like, how are they going to get a security clearance? You know, you got to be. So one time I wanted to work out at the depot. They need the Army depot and they needed a nurse. And I had to do this whole like big background thing. And they actually like looked at my computer to see if I was up to anything weird, because they've got munitions and they've got stuff that they're, getting rid of, like mustard gas. And you don't want to have some, lunatic out there, right? Well, Jake, my youngest, was like 10 years old. And he wanted to make, so this friend of ours that was a science teacher has a huge farm and they've got a pit and they would blow stuff up out there just for fun. And so he taught science, right? And so Jake had done some of that with him. So Jake had looked up how to make a explosive or something like. I didn't get that job because of that, because of something that like a 10-year-old little boy searched. And he didn't even build anything. The only thing he ever did was he took firecrackers and he emptied them out into a poster tube and put a wick in it and tried to set that off, but I caught him and stopped him. And he's normal. He's okay. But I didn't get that job for something silly my kid did. And this guy gets spent nuclear waste. I guarantee you if I'd have showed up looking anything like that, I would not have had a chance. So a neighbor told the Daily Wire 4 unmarked police cars showed up last night. They would not let his spouse, Kevin, leave. After about an hour, Sam Britton was escorted out in handcuffs. So Kevin can't leave. Are they like at a standoff to try to get Sam Britton? I'm like, look, I could probably get him, just call me. I think a couple of us girls could tackle this guy. We'll just grab the back of his skirt and just take him down. A neighbor told the Daily Wire that 4 unmarked police, right. So it took him an hour before they left with Sam in handcuffs. I don't know if maybe he was out and he finally came home. I don't know. Rob Yingling, a spokesman for the Metropolitan Washington Airport Authority, said airport police executed a search warrant May 17th in Montgomery County, Maryland, in connection with allegations of stolen property in luggage from Reagan National Airport that was brought to the department's attention in February of 23. With the assistance of Montgomery County Police, Samuel Otis Britton, age 35, of Rockville, Maryland, was taken into custody Wednesday, pending charges of grand larceny. Now, he was already out on like parole or something like that, and he wasn't supposed to get in any more trouble. You don't hear the fan either because you have your own going. You girls feel my pain. I love that. I'm so glad to have some menopausal sisters here. Or maybe you're just hot. I hate to assume. Penny, the one arm bit. Hey guys, look, the steroids are working. Hopefully we get some really good ground. Last time I took steroids, they really helped, but then like 2 weeks after I went off them, I was back where I was. But I've been doing a lot of therapy. We're doing strengthening now. I couldn't do anything before, so. Okay, so they get him for grand larceny, right? You'd think he could, like, he's got a good job, but I guess he likes the thrill of stealing the clothes. So Sheriff Goff said, the Metropolitan Washington Airport Authority police are lead on this. Britton was arrested at 10 p.m. last night in their home. On Thursday afternoon, Britton appeared before a judge via closed-circuit TV from the Montgomery County Central Processing Unit, where Judge Victor Del Pino declined to release him. So they're not going to let him go home, and ordered him extradited to Virginia. They're extraditing him for luggage theft because he's got this fetish about women's clothes. This is how I know it's a fetish. This guy can't stop stealing clothes. What the heck? My voice is just sketchy. I've picked up a bunch of interviews and stuff. I got to figure out how to space stuff out so I don't lose my voice. Britton did not have a lawyer or any supporters or press other than the Daily Wire at the hearing. How is this not news? Only the Daily Wire showed up. A public defender spoke for him temporarily, despite his not being eligible for a public defender because of his income. He was wearing a blue jail jumpsuit and a mask. Okay, when I read that to Don, I almost peed myself laughing. I'm like, this guy that scouts women or bags, I guess. He just looks for expensive bags because these are like Louis Vuitton bags. Ladies, if you've got nice clothes, pack it in a crappy bag because Sam Britton's going to get your underwear and you're not going to want them back. I promise. Don't, there's no amount of bleach. It's going to fix that. Mr. Britton is a nuclear engineer. He's a nuclear engineer. So he's not crazy. Well, I mean, he is functionally crazy, I guess, kind of. I mean, other than that he keeps going to jail. We'll just go on. He works for Geofission, a nuclear startup. He believes if he is released to turn himself, he believes if he is released to turn himself into Virginia, he can keep his job. I believe the allegation is stolen luggage. Yeah, we're real worried about you keeping your job. You're stealing these women's clothes, which I'm sure sets them back some money. I'm sure they needed those clothes, you big dumb jerk. Oh, Del Pino said, I will deny the request to turn himself in. Virginia will pick him up. Good luck in Virginia, Mr. Britton. That's how you arrest a bad guy. New York, pay attention. A court document lists Britton's sex as X. The bald-headed nuclear engineer stood out at Thursday's bond hearing among the other defendants, which included many non-English speaking defendants and people charged with gun crimes and other violent offenses. This guy needs some time in jail. In March, a Tanzanian fashion designer named Asia Odoris, oh gosh, that middle name, God love her. God love her. I hope that's spelled wrong. Asia Odoris Kamson appeared on Tucker Carlson Tonight to say that her luggage had been stolen from Reagan National in 2018 on the way to a fashion show, causing catastrophe because she was unable to show her designs. Britton was later pictured wearing her one-of-a-kind designs that had been in the suitcase, she said. Britton, a man who believes he is non-binary, has repeatedly been arrested for stealing women's clothes. The former Biden official pleaded no contest to misdemeanor theft last month after he was caught stealing from Harry Reid International Airport clothes in the amount of $3,670, but he agreed to pay the victim more than $3,500. Just tell us the amount in restitution and received a suspended 180-day jail sentence. So he didn't serve any time behind bars as long as he stayed out of trouble. As long as you stay out of trouble. Last year, Britton was charged with stealing a woman's suitcase from Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport. He allegedly removed a tag from a navy blue Vera Bradley suitcase bag, dropped it into his handbag, and then left the area at a quick pace. One of these girls needs to get him and just whoop his butt. He's got some serious issues. Hi, AJ. I feel sorry for the officers that have to pick up Britton. That's a special kind of crazy right there. At least he's interesting crazy, though, and not like dangerous crazy. I mean, if I had to have my pick, definitely him, but wow, not by a lot. Okay. What's wrong with people, you guys? I just can't. I mean, they keep trying to tell us that these are people who are normal, well-adjusted people, um, and we should embrace this lifestyle, and we should push this lifestyle on our kids. But Sam Britton keeps getting arrested, and I don't want that for my kid. And like, you've got a job, just go out and buy some girls' clothes. It's all you've got to do. You can dress up, you can do whatever weirdness you want. We don't care. But stop stealing other people's stuff. A freaking kleptomaniac in charge of the spent nuclear waste. It makes perfect sense. Iderus, is it I and not O? Yeah, I thought that had to be wrong. They are right next to each other. Okay, why did you start without me? We started 8:30, sweetheart. I'm holding an anvil right now. Don't make me drop it on an old Methodist lady. Y'all better hit the like button, because Bloggerty Shmoo is honorarily in charge of all catastrophes that befall people who don't hit the like button. I don't make these decisions. It came from the higher ups. The corporate structure here is insane. All right, next, we've got the Markles. These people are insufferable. No, don't remove it. Put it up on the screen. For the love of all that's good and holy. There we go. No, I don't like that one. Hold on, I'll find one I like. Yeah. Michelle says, when I feel bad about myself, then see how people like this are all over the place. It makes me feel a little better about myself, although I feel bad for them and those they affect. What a weird world, for sure, for sure. Yeah, pin it on me. Get here on time next time, Missy. First thing I did was hit the like. Always do. Thank you for that. I think a lot of people don't, like, if you're watching on your TV, you can't like it. I'm hoping Rumble's going to fix that, because I generally watch on my TV, but if I'm in a group chatting, I chat on my phone. Okay, police appear to contradict Meghan and Harry's near catastrophic car chase claims. Oh, that high-speed chase in New York. Yeah, rubbish. So these two drama queens, they're out of control. I have never seen the like. They think the whole world revolves around them. If you come into town for some big public thing, paparazzi are going to follow you. They just are. You should know this by now. And they just can't handle it. We leave us alone. We want our privacy. No, you don't. I suggest he buy some different lipstick. That fluorescent red doesn't do. I agree. I think that is a terrible lipstick on him. He should go for a more neutral tone. Sam Britton we're talking about. Yes, they reek of desperation. What was chasing them? A snail? Have you guys seen the Seinfeld where George gets the mobility scooter? He convinces his boss that he's got some kind of disability, so they buy him a mobility scooter. Well, he parks the mobility scooter, and a bunch of elderly people are eating in this restaurant. And he picks up his mobility scooter, like picks it up, standing up to move it. And so all the elderly people get mad at him, and they're all chasing him like at 3 miles an hour in their mobility scooters. And George Costanza's trying to outrun him. I'm guessing that's who was following these guys. Yeah, good old George. I love that you threw that in. Police appear to contradict their near catastrophic car chase claims. These people are just booger-eating morons. And I don't normally call people names, but, in order to not harbor resentment in my heart, I got to get it out, right? And I feel like if I say it, it helps you guys get it out so that you don't go around harboring resentment. I am doing a service for all of you. It's a sick mime, George. Get well. Your job will be waiting for you. Oh, I knew you guys were my people. I just knew it. And Betty, welcome. I don't know if I've seen you in here before. Okay, the credibility of Meghan and Harry has been called into question as police in New York City have appeared to contradict the woke royal couple's extraordinary claim of a near catastrophic car chase by paparazzi. On Wednesday morning, a spokesman for the Duke and Duchess, and I thought they weren't supposed to be using those titles anymore, sparked a media frenzy with claims that Meghan, her mother Doria Ragland, and Prince Harry were subjected to a near, okay, are they Duke and Duchess, or are they, I don't understand how these titles work, were subjected to a near catastrophic car chase through the streets of Manhattan on a Tuesday evening following a glitzy gala during which Meghan received a Women of Vision. Yeah, she sees things all right. Have you guys ever seen Manhattan? Can you imagine being able to be on a high speed chase in that kind of traffic? These people are insane. Last night, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex and Ms. Ragland were involved in a near catastrophic car chase at the hands of a ring of highly aggressive paparazzi, a spokesperson for the couple said. However, following the flurry of articles and commentary about the story, somewhat understandably given the similar circumstances that resulted in the death of Harry's mother in 1997, reports began to emerge from police sources seeming to contradict the seriousness of their claims. Betty's been lurking. In a statement provided to Yahoo News, an NYPD spokesman said, on Wednesday evening, May 16th, the NYPD assisted the private security team protecting the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. There were numerous photographers that made their transport challenging. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex arrived at their destination. There were no reported collisions, summonses, injuries, or arrests in regard. Liar, liar, pants on fire, drama queen, get over yourself. Try to live an interesting life instead of making up drama. I just can't even. According to reports from Sky News, 2 New York police officials said they did not believe that the incident. Oh my goodness, you guys are chatty. Hang on a second here. I'd like to get your comments up here. Yeah, exactly. According to the report from Sky News, 2 New York police officers said that they did not believe that the incident was near catastrophic, although they did admit that there was a bit of a chaotic scene. A timeline of events provided to the news broadcasters claimed that Meghan and Harry left the Ziegfeld Ballroom at around 10 p.m. with a team of private security with the intention of returning to where the California residents were staying on the Upper East Side. These poor people have such a hard life. God love them. The couple's car was reportedly escorted by an NYPD vehicle for about an hour and 15 minutes as they drove around trying to prevent paparazzi from learning where they were staying. That's all they were trying to do. They just didn't want them to know where they were staying. It wasn't that they were being, chased down. They were just following them. The couple's car was reported. Oh, we got that part. That they were then, I used to know how to read. They were then driven to the 19th Police Precinct, where the police helped them get into another car and go back to their residence undetected by the press. The apparent contradiction in the stories has led to some commentators to question the credibility of the woke couple. Really? This is what it took for you to question their credibility? It wasn't Harry talking about how he used the same cream that his mother used on his face on his sunburnt penis? Because I was really questioning their credibility right about then. Or when Meghan talked about all the racism she's faced because of being black. I don't know. Feels like I was on to him a little earlier. I guess I'm brilliant. The apparent contradiction, has led some commentators to question the credibility. NYPD do not know about a near catastrophic crash. Harry and Meghan are frauds, Brexit leader Nigel Farage said. GB News host Dan Wooten, a frequent critic of the Duke and Duchess, added, the credibility of Prince Harry and Meghan is yet again destroyed. When will the media start realizing every statement they make must be fact-checked? I think that's an excellent question. Probably never, because, they're the royals. And the media are the royals. And the government elite are the royals. And we're all peons. And, oh my gosh, somebody followed them. You've got the government sending FBI agents to write down license plates of parents at school board meetings. That's clandestine crap. I don't know what this is. This is nonsense. Hi, Penny. Someone interviewed the cab driver. He said the paparazzi stayed their distance and were fine. I did read that. Thank you, Janik. They're still Duke and Duchess. They are not Her Royal Highness. Only working royals are. Okay, got it. So it's kind of an honorary title or kind of a piss off title because they've been so awful to their family. It was Kramer in the rickshaw chasing them? Chasing the people in the mobility scooters? Do you guys remember the one where I could do Seinfeld stuff all night? Do you remember the one where Kramer took the dog medicine? And Jerry's trying to take him to the doctor, and he tells him he's taking him for a walk, and then Kramer makes a run for it, and it's just hysterical. If you guys don't watch Seinfeld, or if you've never seen it, most of my audience is closer to my age, so they've seen it. But if you're younger, it's a great watch. It was Harry's SUV who was driving unsafe and was pulled over. I thought they were in a cab. I'm so confused. It's nothing new, though. It's not your fault. My brain's fried from the heat. Seinfeld is unmatched. I agree. Don't you guys think that was one of the best comedies? They ended it horribly. But Seinfeld, Cheers was so good. I was so sad when Cheers went off. I still miss Johnny Carson. He was so funny. And he wasn't filthy. He was, a little off color sometimes. All right. So Karine Jean-Pierre has got to be stopped. What is wrong with this woman? I'm tired of people who have no children telling us that these aren't our children, these are their children. No, if you want children, I can explain to you how that process works, but mine aren't yours. And Bloggerty Schmooze aren't yours, and Janix aren't yours, and JK Martins and Betty's and PJ's and Debbie's. These aren't your kids. K's aren't they're not your kids. Stop it. No, like even if I died in a car accident, I wouldn't want these people raising my children. I think they would do better on their own. Of course, they're grown, but I mean, if they were little even. It was Newman. While appearing at the 34th Annual GLAAD Media Awards over the weekend, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre insisted that trans kids are our kids and belong to all of us. No, they're part of humankind, and we all share this earth together, and we're all connected. But no, those aren't your kids. They don't belong to all of us. They belong to their parents. And what's interesting is they got real pissy not too long ago about parents acting like they had ownership of their children. But right here now they're saying, no, they belong to all of us. No, they don't belong to all of you. If you want a kid, make one. Let it survive the womb, and then you can do whatever you want. In response to what she called anti-LGBTQ plus legislation. Speaking with the website Jezebel, is that really a website? Wow, that's fitting. At the event on Saturday, Jean-Pierre, who identifies as queer, talked about the importance of representation and visibility for young people. She also insisted that there needed to be more moments to call out Republican legislation for the sake of trans kids. Okay. The number of kids who now are so unsure about their sexuality that they're ending up in gender clinics is ridiculous. You have to watch. Children are very impressionable. They accept suggestions as truth from people in authority, and now you've got the government pushing this nonsense. It's absolutely crazy, and it is destroying kids. If mine, then they go to church, right? This whole thing is just crazy. Somewhere the United States has been sold out to the European Union. All these policies are coming from there. Yeah. We'll sterilize all these kids. They won't be able to have a family. They'll never have a satisfying sex life with whoever they end up being with. The whole thing is just terrible. It's terrible. And I'll say it is so, and people can carry on. I don't care what they say. It's terrible. There are more than 600 pieces of anti-LGBTQ legislation out there. No, there's legislation that says schools can't push this on kids. You can't start dismembering children because they're confused. The whole thing is just nuts. And that matters because we have to call that out. And we've never seen this level. Do you know why? Because we weren't making trans kids before, and you guys weren't in our business. We were allowed to raise our own kids, and y'all kept your noses in your own business. Now you want to step all in my front yard. And so we're having to work on getting legislation to rein you people in. You're not in charge of us. You work for us. You don't get to tell us what to do. That's not how this works. I am amazed that we've raised a whole generation of children who think that the federal government is in charge of the state and that the government is in charge of the people. And I'm like, no. The government is supposed to be providing protection for the country and infrastructure and making sure that, we're following the Constitution. Other than that, the rest is just BS fluff, and policies that they use to get around having to legislate anything. I know, I'm a little wound up tonight. Do you really want KJP and friends to make babies? I don't think there's much chance of that because she's with a woman, I think. Of course, they could. Yeah. The next story we'll get into that. It's just, oh my goodness. I still count my blessings. There's no concept of we the people over there. There are no amendments. There's no constitution. Plebes are plebes and aristocrats are aristocrats. That's just disgusting. Oh, you're right, though. That's what's happening here. Anti-LGBTQ legislation. How about anti-keep your hands off my dang kids legislation? Don't make me come over there. She said, I've met a lot of parents of trans kids in the past couple of months who have told me these devastating stories, whether they're in Texas or Oklahoma, or whether they are saying how they now have to seriously consider leaving their state to protect their child. Really? Who's trying to hurt your child? That's something that we have to call out and continue to be very clear about. These are kids. These are our kids. They belong to all of us. Her comments resembled previous assertions from members of the Biden administration that implied U.S. children belong to the nation rather than their parents. No, this is not a socialist country. I mean, pretty soon they're going to start doing boarding school for primary school students. Get them out of the parents' influence as quick as they can. Vice President Kamala Harris previously caught flack in October after repeatedly referring to American children as our kids and our children. When you see our kids, and I truly believe that they are our children, have a kid of your own and then tell me how to parent. They are the children of our country, of our communities. I mean, our future is really bright if we prioritize them and teach them about Venn diagrams and space. Oh, sorry, it doesn't say that. If we think about our children prioritizing this need to bring our country together. She needs to just stop talking. You guys, I don't understand why she can't. Let's talk about that. What's wrong with her that she can't talk? That nothing she says makes sense. And she's scripted. People write for her, or she writes for hers, or something. It's like she very infrequently is responsible for her own remarks. And when she is, it's a complete disaster. But she's even a disaster scripted. I don't script this show. This is all just us talking to each other. And she can't make that happen. I mean, maybe if we could get a Venn diagram to explain how not to let the circles interact, it's stupid and incoherent. Maybe that's where the overlap is. Sorry, I'm in a mood. Biden quoted a former teacher during a speech in April asserting, there is no such thing as someone else's child. No such thing as someone else's child. Our nation's children are all of our children. In a collective way, when we're talking about the sacredness of childhood and the vulnerability and our responsibility to protect them, that's not what you guys are talking about. Elsewhere during the interview, Jean-Pierre spoke about the importance of reaching out to the LGBTQ plus community as they go through a horrific time. What is going on? They got the whole month of June. They can be naked in the streets with their sex toys. I don't have this much freedom. Do you have this much freedom? No. If I walk out with my big old titties out into the front yard, I'm going to get arrested. What the heck? I just am so over it. Oh, these people make me want to vomit. Yeah, see, you guys are as upset as I am. Bad boys and cooties until we were in high school. Yes, then we dated them. Right. DeSantis just signed the bill, Stop Mutilating Children, No Trans in Sports and Bathroom Laws. Yes, these are not anti-trans, anti-LGBTQ laws. These are returning the standard to where it always was. I don't care if the school wants to put in a special bathroom. Fine, knock yourselves out. But we're not going to put out 200 girls in a school because one person thinks he's a boy and wants to, be flopping his tallywhacker around in the girls' locker room. It's distressing for little girls. And why should all of the little girls have to be distressed so one boy doesn't have to be distressed? Kamala was a prosecutor. Can you imagine? No, I cannot. She doesn't have a very good track record at that. Oh, gosh. PJ, I thought of that the other day. PJ said, imagine the ASL, the sign language translators for Biden Harris. I was watching one sign for Biden the other day, and the person was like, and I'm like, right? How do you sign that? I don't even know what that word was. And poor John Fetterman, and I feel sorry for him. Yes, I said tallywhacker. I'm so sorry. Blame my dad. That's the word he used to use. Harris, like Biden, is a puppet. Yeah, I can't. Bloggerty Schmoo has volunteered to be my paparazzi. Thank you. Just okay, so there's been many times at the podium where I've called out these pieces of legislation. I've tried to do my best to reach out to the trans community, and I feel like they're the only people that exist anymore. Do you guys feel like that? I feel like no other group of kids exists. Little girls don't exist anymore. Little boys don't exist anymore. Whatever you need, to hell with you. We've got some confused kids, and we're going to flip the whole world on its head for that. And nothing they're doing is constructive or helping these kids. But anyway, that was that. I can't talk about it anymore because it makes me want to punch someone in the throat. Just being honest. Yes, I had a near-death experience, and I still experience rage. People are always surprised. Like, they'll watch one of my near-death experience videos, and then they'll watch this show, and they're like, oh my gosh, she's like a normal person. I have a fair ASL vocab. Me too, PJ. But I know, or Patty, I know one universal sign I would do for the whole talk for both of them. Jigsaw, I thought I was the only one who used tallywhacker. No, I say it. I'll give you a high-speed chase in your mobile home. This thing needs some brake work. If I come running out with my tig old biddies out, I'm going to be running out the front door of the house. Because the front yard's there, the grass is soft. You know, if you're going to be half naked outside, do it in the front yard where everyone can see. And I'll wait till June. It's not very far. It's confirmed babies with DNA from 3 people are now being born in the UK. What the absolute hell? What fresh hell is this? What is going to come of this? So we're just going to start making people with 3 people's DNA, and like they, like cloned sheep, and just see what happens. These children are now products of experimentation. Absolutely insane. We have no idea what this is going to do to these kids, but they're just our little toys, right? If we want a girl instead of a boy, we can whack off the tallywhacker. Oh, 8 years after the technology was approved by government authorities, it can be reported that at least one child with DNA from 3 different people has been born to parents in the United Kingdom. I'm amazed at what they will take your kids away for, but this is okay. The announcement isn't exactly new knowledge, but reporters at The Guardian were able to prompt an official confirmation with a Freedom of Information request. The University of Newcastle, in collaboration with Newcastle Fertility Center, are pioneers in what is known as mitochondrial replacement therapy. This is a therapy? A special form of in vitro fertilization designed to prevent severe genetic diseases in future babies. Just like any other person, babies conceived through this method are born from the fertilization of a single sperm and a single egg. Where they differ is in relationship between the nuclear material that houses the vast bulk of genes responsible for building a human, and that building a human, like we're robots, not the divine creation of a living soul. For building a human, and the tiny amount of non-nuclear DNA that helps make the cell's power units called mitochondria. We're messing with the mitochondria. That's a great idea. That is what powers your cells. Where could this possibly go wrong? In most people, a mother's egg provides both the nucleus and a large number of mitochondria. In these children, however, a donated egg is responsible for providing them with their mitochondria supply. In all, only about 0.1% of the child's DNA will be from the donor. But that tiny contribution could make the difference between life and death allowing people with severe mitochondrial diseases to have a biological child without fear of passing. They've done this one time. You can do this. You won't have any fear of them catching that weird, sixth toe thing that you've got. Sure, they may end up with cancer when they're 12, but as long as they don't have that sixth toe, that's worth it. To have a biological child without fear of passing on mutated mitochondrial genes that could struggle to provide sufficient energy for healthy growing bodies. This is really vague. I want to know which severe mitochondrial diseases, and I guarantee you it won't stop here. It will be, you'll have a thruple, and the third lady wants in on it. So they'll end up pulling. I mean, this is how the slippery slope goes. I used to think that was a big bit of nonsense, the slippery slope. It is 100% true. Watching a movie called Gattaca. I may have actually, isn't that a show? Seems like I've seen that. I never remember movies though. DNA from 3 people, Fetterman, Kamala, and Biden, Tom. Slap your face for me. I suppose they think we can make human better than God can. That's exactly what they think. They don't believe in God. Why not tinker with every sacred thing? The UK was the world's first nation to approve the use of MRT, but to protect the safety and privacy of all those involved, the cases have been private. Yeah, we're just going to tell you about it here and hold on, fixing my fan. Make your blood boil until Nurse Penny's head pops off. If the fan's too loud, let me know and I'll turn it back down. Anyway, the Newcastle team involved in carrying out the procedures are cautious and will have wanted to include at least some follow-up data on the babies. You think maybe we should follow up the babies, guys? You think that's a good idea? Make sure they don't come out with a third eye or something, or just one eye, just a cyclops baby, but at least they won't have that sixth toe. While also protecting the privacy of the family, say stem cell biologists and developmental geneticists. I don't understand why you wouldn't just go for IVF. I mean, I understand that you want the child to be genetically yours, but this kind of mucking around is not good. 32 patients have been granted approval for the treatment. Yeah, the child doesn't ever get a chance to consent to any of this. No further information has been provided. They're cautious, will want to have some follow-up on the babies while also protecting. No, these people should be followed up for the rest of their lives. This is a challenge in itself. It will be interesting to know how well the technique worked at a practical level, whether the babies are free of mitochondrial disease. See, they don't know if it's going to work or not. Up there, they were like, oh, this will help, and they won't be born with these horrible mitochondrial diseases. And then they're like, it'll be interesting to see if this actually works or not, and whether there's any risk to them developing problems later in life. You are creating little science experiments. This is just so unethical. Despite leading the way on the therapy, the UK was not the first to report bringing a 3-person baby into the world. Scientists working in Mexico announced in 2016 that a child had been born with DNA from 3 people. In 2017, another 3-person baby was born in Ukraine and another in Greece. Kind of where the biolabs are. Interesting. In the UK, however, cases are kept very private, and researchers are said to be proceeding with caution. All applicants for treatment are assessed on an individual basis against the tests set out in law, and only after independent advice from experts. Yeah, experts. These are still early days for mitochondrial donation treatment. Are you just exhausted by it? I mean, what's next? It is terrifying. Haven't they seen what a mess they've made with Skur Foods? I'm guessing that's a typo. This UK project brings to mind the Danny DeVito, Arnold Schwarzenegger movie Twins. I just watched that like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, they used a milkshake from 5 male donors. Another safe and effective, exactly. Scientifically modified foods. Yes, I should have got that. Yes, look at the obesity that has resulted from high fructose corn syrup and GMO foods. You can eat bread in other countries until it comes out your ears and not be obese. It is so bastardized in this country what they've done to our food that even eating normal amounts of food will make it difficult for you to keep weight off. And I think they know that some of our makeups are more prone to having issues. Has this been peer reviewed? Oh no. We'd only need peer reviewed, randomized, placebo controlled, double blind studies when people are in the hospital dying of COVID, and we're pretending like we don't know how to treat viral illness anymore. It had Ethan Hawke and Uma Thurman, I think made in the late 90s. I'm going to have to look that one back up. I'm pretty sure I've seen it, though. So it isn't peer-reviewed. Looks like a funding pitch. Yeah, no kidding. For all the experimentation we see, imagine how much we don't see. Oh, yeah. We did that talk, maybe a month ago now, where I was showing you guys how to look up biolabs in your own backyard. Was it like USA Today? I think it's USA Today Biolabs. And you can just punch in your state and it'll show you where the listed ones are. They don't have to list them all. Did you know that? Did you know they don't even all have to register with the government? Crazy, huh? 3-person babies don't exist. Well, apparently they do now. Here we go. NIH begins testing of clinical trial of universal flu vaccine based on mRNA. And I just want to tell you that they just came out with a study showing that the current flu shot that they've been shoving down your throat, and they've known this for years because there was a study years ago on it, does not reduce mortality from the flu or hospitalization. But they keep pushing it on everybody 6 months old and older. It's absolutely insanity. AJ. Yeah. I don't understand why people don't see it about food. I don't think it's that people don't see it. I think they just, like, what are you going to do about it? You have to eat. They're tinkering with everything. I mean, I'm wondering what, short of me growing stuff, and I'll probably just let myself die before I'll do a garden. I'm just telling you, I don't like the heat. I just get no joy out of growing anything. All my plants are fake. Look what the rot with COVID. Yeah, biolabs and vaccines. Is the pneumonia shot okay? My parents both have it. They've done okay with it. There's 2 different ones. I had talked to my mom about getting, I can't remember which one it was now. It's right on the tip of my tongue. Anyway, it showed some cross protection against severe COVID. I think it was is it the Prevnar one? Or is that a dog thing? I can't remember. Anyway, I had my mom get that one because she's high risk for severe COVID. And she tolerated it well. I'll have to look up the data on that. We need to remember how to forage. Most plants we consider weeds are more nutritious than the majority or even all of the veggies we buy at the store. I'm a beginner forager. That's fascinating. You'll have to send me some information on that. Well, they're already saying now that the, mice in the wild and deer are testing positive for COVID. I don't know which one of you slept with a mouse or a deer, but knock it off. That's messed up stuff. Quit that. See, I'm just like, I'm not doing any vaccines. I know how to treat things. I will treat it myself. I don't think there's much that the nebulizer treatments that we used for COVID will not get you through. Dr. Tenpenny warned that they're putting the clot shot mix into the flu shot mix. They're not yet, but they're getting ready to. I don't trust any shots coming at me, period. I don't either. And look what they've done. They could come up with something really great that would be a life changer, and none of us would trust it. AJ. Pretty sure some GMO crops don't pollinate. Yes, that's exactly right. And they've made it where you can only buy seeds from certain companies. They were trying to make it where you couldn't even collect your own seeds, like if you were a farmer. Oh, what the heck? A good way to start, I'd suggest, is a YouTube channel called Learn Your Land. He's fun to watch and a great teacher. Maybe I'll reach out to him. Learn Your Land. My 69-year-old dad thinks I'm loony for talking about all this. He does what he's told to do. Isn't that crazy? Because he comes from the generation that did not do what they were told to do. And so I don't know where that fell apart for him. And my parents both got it too, and they knew better. My mom ended up with myocarditis and brain inflammation. Thank goodness she's okay now, mostly. The National Institute of Health announced on Monday that enrollment for volunteers has begun for a phase 1 clinical trial testing of universal flu vaccine based on mRNA technology. Because what we've had has gone so well. I mean, the Highwire just came out with a story that they were trying to, we don't have the Moderna information yet on the 16 and up group or the 12 and up or whatever. I can't remember. Anyway, they lied about how many documents there were in the Pfizer thing too. So initially the Pfizer thing was like, oh, there's 500,000 pages or something, and we want 75 years. And so they made them release it, and we got all that. Then we find out there's like 4.2 million pages. They were lying about how many pages. I mean, everything they say is a lie. They're trying to transition all the vaccines to mRNA. Yes, they are. Human, animal, I'm not going to take any of them. Penny's hippie commune. Hey, that doesn't sound like a bad plan. And then we can all run around in the grass with our tiggle bitties out. The Nation Institute, well, no, Don would get nothing done. We can't do that. We'll have to wait when he's away. Then we can all run around half naked. That enrollment for volunteers has begun for a phase 1 clinical trial. Messenger RNA or mRNA is the same technology being widely used for you would think they would leave that out of the article. Girl, if you got itty bitties, you get them out and be proud. Don't you fret. All sizes are welcome. All boobies are beautiful. Ask Don. He's an admirer of boobies in general. He's going to be like, I cannot believe. Like it's some kind of news to people that a straight man is enamored by boobs. They should, like, I never understood guys that were like leg men. I'm like, you have legs. Like, why? I don't understand why legs are a draw for you. Oh, legs, and I'm like, what? No, that doesn't make it. Like, I can see butts. That makes sense to me because you can't see your own butt, right? And so you can only see the butts of people who are in front of you. And so it makes sense to me that a guy would be like, oh yeah, I'm totally into butts. And girl butts have like a whole different personality. I think I told you guys this. Don told me this. He's like, babe, it's just, I just love watching you walk. It's just, we're still that kind of infatuated in love. It's just disgusting. But anyway, he's like, it's just boop, 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 boop. I'm like, there's a noise. He's like, yeah, boop, boop, boop. And so I thought it was ridiculous. And I'm like, I'm sure everybody's butt looks the same when they walk because I didn't look. So then one day I'm watching and this couple's walking up to the store and her butt is doing a whole different thing. Like a party's going on in her butt. And he's just very utilitarian. Nothing's really moving or shaking back there. And I thought, well, I'll be damned. He's right. That's just mesmerizing. Here, wait, we'll call him. Where's my phone? This has got to be a routine part of the show, I think. Surely he's not asleep yet. He had such a hard day. God love him. Out working in that heat. Such a sweetheart. Okay, I know I've called him before. There we go. Here we go. I love having him on. Pretty easy to grow veggies. You can use a grow bag. Really? Huh.
Hey, babe.
Hey, what are you doing?
Hey, laying down.
Are you naked?
Resting. No, I have full clothing and a suit with a tie on.
Oh, that's sexy. I like that. I may stop the show now. Oh my gosh, Betty. Women's butts like two puppies playing under a blanket. Okay, so we were talking about, your love of butts. We were talking about your love of. Bloggerty Shmoo wants to know, how do you rate Penny's boobs?
What?
It's a fair question. I'd like to know. He's a wonderful guest, isn't he, Enlighten? Seems like you're taking a long time to answer that.
So,
like an analog scale? What are you doing?
I've never been asked about on the air.
Well, they can't see you, so it's like you're not really here. Yeah. Kind of like kids hiding behind curtains with their feet sticking out.
I say 10 out of 10.
Look at that. Look at that. I'm so going to rip that suit off you in a little bit.
That makes me very happy.
I was telling them about your observations on butts. I said,
Yes.
I can't understand leg men because you have legs. And I said, I understand butts, even though guys have butts, because you can't see your own butt. And I told him about how you told me, no, women's butts are completely different. And you said,
They
like,
are different.
I walk behind you and it's like, boop, 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 boop. And,
Yes.
and I didn't realize my butt made a sound in your brain, but apparently it does.
Yeah. It's a mesmerizing vision as we're walking behind you all.
Yeah. So I mean, here. I'm nodding and.
Yes. Just keep in mind, women were made to be enjoyable by men. I don't mean like to, just the.
I feel like you're starting. I feel like you got a shovel. Are you? How deep are you going to dig here?
No, just the sight of a woman is meant to be enjoyable to a man. I mean, that's just when you see your special lady. Your heart just kind of jumps, and as it should be. You're
so cute. So I was telling him about how then one day after you had enlightened me about butts and the differences with butts, Bloggerty Schmoo is on a roll here. That you were like, well, butts, women's butts are just completely different. Men are just utilitarian. And so I watched that couple walk in and I was like, oh my gosh. She's got a party going on in her pants. Like I did not realize there was that much going on. And the guy was like real, like, me clinically, I look at everything clinically. As soon as I meet you, I know where the IV is going to go. If there's something not looking right, I've picked up on it. Yeah. Dolores says, whoa, just got here. What have I walked into?
I'm telling you, you never know. It's not even, okay, what is it? Oh, it's 9:36, so I guess we're past the PG status then.
We're married. It's okay, Dolores.
I'm just saying, I figured, you like the kids are going to bed now, so.
Tom says legs are awesome because they go all the way up and make an ass of themselves.
Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, see, we now have a man's opinion. I keep telling Don, we're going to have to figure out some schedule for the show where he can sit second chair for an hour because he is too funny. Oh, jeez. You are funny.
Well, thank you, babe.
I mean, you're in bed in a full suit. Who does that?
I know.
That is commitment to the relationship.
Well, because I knew that, at some point your show will be finished for the evening, and then I will be up here waiting in my suit.
In your suit. I know. I'm just, man, pour a glass of wine and we may have to order pizza in bed tomorrow.
I'm telling you.
All right.
Great morning.
Before this devolves any further, I'm going to get off the phone with you.
Okay, baby.
All right. Love you.
Bye, guys.
Bye. What a nut. You see why I love him? He's awesome. You see why we get along. When we go to Michigan or go up to Ohio to see my daughter, like we talk the whole way. We don't even listen to the radio. Occasionally we'll watch a movie. Well, he doesn't watch, he listens. But anyway, there's your sex ed for the night. It's so much better than this. I don't even want to talk about this now. Screw the Pfizer flu shot. Don't take it, okay? Okay, let's go to the bats. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we have this one video that we did. It was on our anniversary. It's been years ago. And I had gotten cookie dough, and he always gets on me because the cookie dough that comes in the tubs, I'll get that and then I'll use that container to put leftovers in, like green beans or something. And he'll come home and he'll grab the container out and he's all excited. He's going to get him some cookie dough and he opens it and it's leftover green beans. He's like, that's just cruel. You should not do that. And so now, of course, I do it for fun and make sure I put leftovers in it that he doesn't even like, just to screw with him. And he's such a sweet guy. He deserves better. I hope if I go first, he gets a nice wife next time. Poor guy. All right, look at that bat, you guys. Isn't that terrifying? Coming to a science lab near you. What do they call them? Health labs now? Coming to a health lab near you. I won't take any shots anymore either, Dolores. They've ruined me. Colorado State University officials deny the controversial bat disease research lab will conduct gain-of-function experiments. but locals opposed to the facility, who should have some say in this, cite evidence the university Enlightened does not like the cookie thing either, is already conducting risky research on deadly pathogens. Of course they are. They were doing this when COVID broke out the first time. Colorado State University is proceeding with controversial plans to construct a new research facility to study bat diseases. What could go wrong? With funding from the National Institute of Health. Where else would the money come from? I mean, we really should just rename it something. Like, I don't know why we call it the National Institute of Health anymore. You know, it should be, we're cooking up some scary crap here, you know, duck and cover and sterilize your mail. I mean, these people are just incorrigible. I'm telling you, be nice. You guys, if you've got kids, tell them to be nice to the geeks and the nerds. Because if you're not nice to the geeks and the nerds, they grow up to be freaking mad scientists. And they're going to kill us all. And we're going to buy the product that kills us. So please, teach your children not to bully these people. Pick somebody else. No, don't bully anybody. University officials and proponents of the new facility argue the laboratory is necessary to enhance research capabilities, looking into emerging diseases and viruses resulting from zoonotic animal to human transfer. You know, I don't understand how the bats were in their caves. They weren't bothering anybody, right? So then you get a bunch of these goofballs that are like, hey, I got an idea. You know, there's a very remote cave. We would have to build a road back to it. You can't even really get back there. We just heard about it from some locals who got sick because they were in the cave. Really? So some locals went into a cave that they shouldn't have been in and got sick, and then nobody else went in there because they didn't want to get sick. Yeah. We should build a road to that cave, get the bats, bring them out and take them to the lab, and then take their blood and start mixing it with viruses that can infect humans. And then we'll know how it's going to jump from bats to humans. How does this scenario ever take place? How about this? I've got an idea. Pick me. How about you leave the damn bats in the cave? Maybe God made caves and made bats love caves because that was a safe place for bats to be. And we should stay out of the bats' cave and they'll leave us alone. I think that's a pretty safe bet. I mean, I don't know of anybody in this country that has ever had anything slightly related to a bat as far as illnesses until COVID. Maybe we should leave them alone. Maybe we shouldn't be mucking. And this is their theory. They're like, well, you know, with humans ever encroaching on animal habitat. I'm like, the humans encroaching on the animal habitat are the scientists building the road to the damn cave. Stop it. It's just, they're just dumb as a box of rocks. On the positive side, of a new generation of human beings are being born with echolocation to see on the street. Oh my gosh, if I ever get a writer for the show, I'm hiring you. University officials, we got that part. While CSU denies that gain-of-function research will occur at the laboratory, I'm sure they're being honest, some researchers connected with the new facility previously were associated with actors involved with such research, including experiments conducted in Wuhan, China. We're really going to take, we promise we won't do it again. We're going to believe that. Even though they were doing it again during the pandemic, they were doing gain-of-function studies on the coronavirus in this country during the pandemic. Francis Boyle, a bioweapons expert and professor of international law at the University of Illinois, is concerned. Boyle told the Defender, "It is well known that Colorado State University has a long and ongoing history of specializing in weaponizing insects with biowarfare agents for delivery to human beings." Huh. Kind of makes you think of Lyme disease, doesn't it? This new lab will magnitudinally increase CSU. That's a good word. Magnitudinally. Increase CSU's offensive biowarfare capabilities in gross violation of the Biological Weapons Convention of 1972 and my Biological Weapons Anti-Terrorism Act of 89 that provides for life in prison. Life in prison. Look, we've got a statute. We got something we can prosecute them on. Area residents, including a local grassroots group and bioweapons experts, also have raised concerns over the potentially risky research involving deadly viruses that will be conducted at the facility and the risk of a lab leak akin to that which may have occurred in Wuhan. Christine Bowman leads a group of local citizens who formed the COVID Bat Research Moratorium of Colorado, a grassroots initiative opposing the new facility. The group has launched efforts such as yard sign campaigns to raise local awareness. This is what we're down to, guys. Yard signs and bake sales to keep our government from killing us. The bats are cover for gain of function. Yeah, they are. Betty. The only bats in the labs are the bat crap crazy scientists. Pass me some of that bat sheet crazy stuff, please. I feel famished. Debbie. On the hold on. I can't figure out where my cursor is. There we go. Kind of like the FBI apologizing today for a mere 278,000 warrantless searches in 2021. They're going to try to reduce that number going forward. Yeah, I suffered some pretty serious censorship on my Facebook page during the COVID when I was doing during the COVID pandemic when I was doing all of my podcasting on it. Common side effects include sleeping upside down. Well, maybe they can get some of that bat DNA and combine it for those 3-person babies. There you go. That'd be an interesting experiment. So they're being stonewalled by the university. We need answers as to how COVID-19 was modified to transfer from human to human before I'll be satisfied that it's okay to raise diseased bats to study in my neighborhood. Good for her. Now that we know that the COVID pandemic likely started, yeah, we already knew that. According to the Coloradoan, the Chiropteran Research Facility, as it will be known, would serve as a breeding facility to raise and care for bats. They make it sound like a daycare. Of various species that can be used as research models and studies on a wide range of human viruses that are believed to have originated with bats. The laboratory will be constructed on the south end of CSU's Foothills campus near Fort Collins at 3105 Rampart Road, within the Justin Harper Research Complex and adjacent to the university's existing Center for Vector-Borne Infectious Diseases. It will consist of 14,000 square foot standalone bat vivarium. A bat vivarium. Won't that be fun, kids? We'll do the zoo, then we'll do the bat vivarium, get us some mRNA. According to CSU, the university is a world leader in research on zoonotic infections. The university scientists have been studying bats and other vectors that transmit dengue fever, Zika, and West Nile for over 30 years. Construction is scheduled to begin by this summer. The that paper's ridiculous. Reported the facility is expected to open in fall of 2024. Boy, it's crazy how fast they can get a biolab up. You need like something in town for your kids to do, a soccer field. That crap takes 2 years, but they can get a biolab up that quick. Wow. CVID, formerly known as the Arthropod-Borne and Infectious Disease Laboratory, was founded in 1984. It currently houses the only captive breeding colonies of 2 species of bats used in its research. This is insane. A longstanding multidisciplinary research and training center whose researchers have been successful in defining mechanisms of pathogen persistence and transmission and developing new surveillance, control, and prevention strategies. I got a prevention strategy for you. Stop it. Stop it. You're insane maniacs. They got a BSL-3 laboratory. That'll be good. The BSL-3 laboratory in question is CSU's Regional Biocontainment Laboratory, which operates with the support of the NIAID. Fauci much? And is part of the university's 12,000 square foot infectious disease research center. It houses bats and samples of numerous deadly bacteria and viruses. The NIH awarded a $6.7 million grant, your money, to CSU's Microbiology, Immunology, and Pathology Department at the College of Veterinary Medicine and Biomedical Sciences to construct the new bat vivarium. Rudolph, CSU's vice president for research, told the paper the university will provide provide the remaining funds for the facility's construction, the cost of which is expected to range 8 to 9 million. Well, spare no costs. I mean, you're only trying to think of ways to kill us. Rudolph said CSU receives tens of millions of dollars in NIH research grants annually. Highly pathogenic agents will be housed at the new facility, including I'm never going to be able to say it, dengue, malaria, Rift Valley fever, Zika, COVID, MERS, and hantavirus. Oh, that's always a fun one. According to the minutes on the February 3rd, 22 meeting of CSU's Board of Governors, the new facility is justified due to the capacity it will have to study emerging viruses that originate in bats and cause high mortality in humans. Because, we're sick with those over here. We got MERS and SARS-CoV-2, Ebola, Marburg. Those things aren't endemic to this country. How about study them in the countries where they are endemic, and then you're not bringing it to a new place? I don't know. Just a thought. It's unclear what biosafety level the new facility will operate under. From what I understand, this facility is slated to be a BSL-2. So what they'll do is they'll make it a BSL-2 facility, but then they'll have rooms that you can rent or labs within a lab that you can rent that'll be higher. That's generally how it's done. But what's to keep them from increasing in the future without approval or informing the general public? What guarantee do the residents of Fort Collins have that the lab won't increase from a BSL-2 to a 4, where even more dangerous viruses will be studied? You have no guarantee of that, and they don't have to tell you if they do it. Who decides what criteria we use for concern? Bowman asked. Rebecca Moritz, CSU's biosafety director. Yeah, these biosafety directors, like the one at the University of Iowa, who missed that they were doing gain-of-function research there, and they did it secretly for a year before they got caught. And they only got caught because the citizens of that town FOIA requested the information. Anyway, she added, CSU researchers have safely studied and worked with bats and other vectors for over 30 years. How do we know that? How do we know that this didn't also get out of a lab in this country? Now we're finding out that we've got blood supply that had antibodies to COVID back before the first case happened. So how did that happen? But nobody wants to talk about that. Anyway, that's as far as I'm going with that. That's the Defender, the Children's Health Defense. That's a really good website. If you've got kids and you're trying to figure out where you stand on different vaccines, they have got just a wealth of information, new studies coming out about vaccines, research that's being done in other countries, really, really, good data for parents trying to make important health decisions for their kids. Pass me some of the, you guys are so funny. They're 6 sneaky bastards. Yeah, they are. I think you got to say it. No, thank you. Okay, this was interesting. Top U.S. nonprofit hospitals and CEOs rack up huge pandemic profits. The top 20 hospitals pocketed $23 billion in COVID aid from taxpayers. They profited from the pandemic while ignoring price transparency rules. Patient costs soared while life expectancy plummeted. And this is by Andrew. What is with the names tonight? Andraszewski? Debbie, help me with that one. OpenTheBooks.com auditors investigated, there's a good site for you, America's healthcare system, and found so-called nonprofit hospitals and their CEOs are getting richer while the American people are getting sicker and poorer. And that's a feature. That's not an unintentional thing. The 20 largest nonprofit hospitals in the country continued making massive profits while their cumulative net assets soared to $324.3 billion in 2021 from $200.6 billion in 2018. The year 2021 is the latest year available for comparison. Those hospital systems received congressional COVID bailouts of $23 billion, and only 2 providers partially paid their COVID bailout back. Meanwhile, hospital executives racked up Wall Street-sized compensation packages, which frequently exceeded $10 million per year. For example, the CEO at Ascension Healthcare, based in St. Louis, Missouri, made $13 million in 2021, with 3-year pay exceeding $22 million. Furthermore, American life expectancy during this period sharply declined by 2.5 years from 2019 through 2022, while comparable country averages rebounded from a COVID-related drop in 2021. The U.S. continues declining in life expectancy. I wonder why. Yet the cost of healthcare is still astronomically high, as the average family paid $22,463 in health insurance premiums in 2022. That does not include out-of-pocket costs like copays and deductibles, which can be thousands more. This has led to medical debt for about 100 million Americans. In 2020, the Trump administration issued and the Biden administration finalized a healthcare transparency rule to spur market competition and inform patients. Yet 2 years after the rule took effect, an independent audit found that nearly 3/4 of hospitals in the country were not complying, flouting the mandate that prices be posted clearly and comprehensively. And I can tell you this is even true in my case. I tried to figure out how much a CT scan was going to cost me. I not posted anywhere, couldn't find it. That's all supposed to be available to you. So there's your 20 largest hospitals. We've got Kaiser, Ascension, Common Spirit Health. Oh my gosh. So Common Spirit Health is now here in Kentucky too, because when I went to CHI, which is Catholic Healthcare Initiatives, to the first shoulder guy, they had a sign up and it said Common Spirit Health believes in diversity, equity, blah, whatever it was. Mayo Clinic, Mass General Brigham, Cleveland Clinic Health System, Advocate Health, Advent Health, Northwestern Medicine, Intermountain Healthcare, Sutter Health. I can't believe I can see that. I went to the eye doctor today. He's like, I don't know how you could see anything before. University of Pittsburgh Medical Center Group, New York Presbyterian Healthcare System, Indiana University Health, Houston Methodist, Ron something, Mercy Health. I don't know what that one is. Texas Health Resources, and Baylor, Scott, and White Health. I think that's what that one says. So the 20 largest nonprofit hospital systems saw their combined net assets soar 62%, or $124 billion in the 3 years to 2021. The U.S. taxpayer funded the rocket ride. The world-famous Mayo Clinic, astounding 92% jump to $17.7 billion in 2021 from $9.2 billion in 2018. Cleveland Clinic Health System up 60% to $15.6 billion. You guys, this is even with canceling all of those procedures that people needed during COVID and all the screenings, they still made this much money. Intermountain Healthcare up 63% to $11.6 billion. Tellingly, Colorado Governor Jared Polis had earlier cited Colorado hospitals for nonprofit profiteering. Northwestern Medicine up 43% to $11.9 billion. Indiana University Health System up 47% to $10.3 billion from $7 billion in 2018. This is ridiculous. And what we're paying for healthcare and what we're getting out of it is pitiful. Yet not one of these systems complied fully with the U.S. government price transparency rule, according to key healthcare watchdog. This blatant obfuscation of prices and flouting of the rule demonstrates that implementation and enforcement efforts must be rigorously examined and markedly strengthened to improve compliance, enable technology. Why are we giving them money if they're not in compliance? A nonprofit fighting for statewide or system-wide healthcare price transparency reviewed the websites of 2,000 U.S. hospitals, focusing on the nation's largest health systems. In February of 23, the group found that under 25% were in complete compliance. In August 2022, PRA found only 16% of hospitals were compliant. This is insane. Yet only 4 hospitals have been fined by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid. We're not even fining them. We could recoup some of this money for creating and enforcing health and safety guidelines. CMS fined 2 in June 2022 and 2 more in April of 2023. And I think that's the same thing we saw before. Then they do the financial breakdowns. I'm not going to go through all of that. But doesn't that just disgust you? Like, did any of you know people that were in the hospital, even if it wasn't with COVID, during the pandemic? I mean, I knew of so many people that were in for other things. And They were laying in filthy beds. Their meal would be set on a tray across the room from them, and they were too weak to get up and get it. They weren't getting baths. Some people weren't getting fed. They weren't getting anything to drink. And these hospitals raking in this money off the backs of these sick people. Kind of like the FBI apologizing today. Oh yeah, I read that one. Oh my gosh, okay. There's 60, yes. That's a lot of payback from remdesivir protocol. Yeah, it is, Patty. How convenient. Yep. Betty, they made all that money by murdering patients in their care and calling it COVID. Betty said it. Debbie, and what a boon for the medical industry. Yeah, it's disgusting. As a nurse, you guys, I could not go back into the field. I couldn't do it. First of all, my hands would be tied to tell people the truth, so that wouldn't work. I'd get fired right away for that. Second of all, I would not stand by and watch patients get treatment that was making them worse. And I would tell the family every bit of what was happening that was making them worse. I would make sure that they had informed consent on things like remdesivir, and people coming in to give a patient who's in with pneumonia from COVID a COVID shot. That's insane. Nobody gives, think about that, you guys. If a kid has measles, they don't give them a measles vaccine. You don't ever get one because you had measles. You don't need it. Like, I don't need a chickenpox vaccine. I would question that anybody needs a chickenpox vaccine. It is absolutely disgusting. Jigsaw says, Obamacare eliminated the private hospitals. We now have university-owned hospitals or corporate, private equity, venture capital-owned hospitals. Without Obamacare, the pandemic wouldn't have been possible. You're right. Obamacare, this takeover of the hospital, pushing the family doctors out, where they used to admit their own patients, and using hospitalists and intensivists who work for the hospital and are trained in hospital administration and are just trying to flip beds. I mean, yes, they do some good work. They help some people, but this system is broken. There's no getting around that. It's absolutely disgusting. And I'm so worried for people who don't know how to navigate the system. Like, I went in and had surgery, and I know medicine. I knew what was going on. I knew what questions to ask. Still had a bad outcome. Still ended up having a shoulder surgery, caused cranial nerve damage. My voice is messed up from a shoulder surgery. I sometimes choke when trying to drink things because of a shoulder surgery. And I'm as informed as a person can be. So what happens to the little old person that they're like, oh, well, I don't know why you're choking on water now that you had your surgery. There must just be some weird thing. Maybe you had a stroke or something. I don't know. Whereas I'm like, okay, I can read up and see that can be a side effect from this surgery. Even my doctor said it wasn't. I don't know how people survive it, you guys. Well, a lot of people don't. FBI whistleblower, this government will crush you and your family if you try to expose the truth. If you guys did not watch the whistleblower hearings, if you were here at the very beginning, let me just hang in there while I restate this. Go to the Dark to Light podcast. Tracy Beans, you can find it on Tracy Beans' channel, Beanz. You can also find it on the Uncover DC channel. The podcast itself is called Dark to Light, but just look for Uncover DC and you'll find it. But Tracy and Kyle Seraphin covered Kyle Seraphin's an FBI whistleblower that was on Bongino. They covered the FBI whistleblower hearing the other day, and their side commentary was both smart and hysterical. So if you didn't watch it, it's a good watch. This guy's name is Garrett, and what they've done to these people. So when they suspend these people who work for the FBI, they lose their security clearance, and then they're not allowed to get a job anywhere else without permission from the FBI. So they don't just out, because they're whistleblowers, they don't want to quit because they shouldn't have to quit, but they're being retaliated against. And so this guy ended up, they transferred him. He thought he had this big promotion, had a 2-week-old baby daughter, 3 other kids. And when he got to the place where they had promoted him to, they suspended him. And so for a year, this man has had no income. Kyle's got a fundraiser going for these whistleblowers, and he sent him $5,000 last night because they're drowning. I mean, they're drowning. They're living in I think a family member's house, paying full rent. You know, two parents, 4 kids, just because they told the truth. It's awful. It is so awful. Patty says, I got chickenpox in 91 as a young adult. Oh yeah, that wasn't fun. Didn't think I could ever be sicker and weak till Delta, only here because of Penny's protocol. Thank you, Patty. That's very sweet. Thank you. I'm glad I could help. Intensivists, they just make this crap up, right? Yeah, Delta was a nightmare. Oh my gosh. I got everybody through it though. We didn't have any hospitalizations, got everybody through. Bloggerty Shamu, checking out. See you, sweetheart. Dolores, I'm probably going to need surgery to close a reopened scar tissue. I'm terrified. Oh, just, ask around, make sure you've got a really good surgeon. Ask your doctor, hey, if you had to have this surgery, who would you go see? You can also look up on the state medical board page if they've had any actions against them. We've got a whole John Boy thing going on over here at YouTube. Night, John Boy. Night, Dolores. Night, Dolores. Night, John Boy. FBI whistleblower. Yeah, we got that part. FBI whistleblower Garrett O'Boyle told the House subcommittee on the weaponization of the federal government that this government will crush not only those who expose the truth about things that they are doing that are wrong, but their families as well. O'Boyle, one of 4 witnesses who testified Thursday, noted he had devoted his life to the service of the United States. Before joining the FBI and working his way up to being a special agent, he served in the United States military with deployments to Iraq and Afghanistan. After returning stateside, O'Boyle served as a police officer in Wisconsin while he attained his criminology and law degree from Marquette University, as committee chair Representative Jim Jordan pointed out. Oh, I don't know if I can do sound. I'll just read. He was suspended without pay after he raised concerns. Let me see if you guys can hear this. Let me know if you can't hear. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear. Can you guys hear the video? Nope. Okay, let me fix it. Sorry, I forget there's a delay. Okay, stop. Present, share screen. We're just going to do a tab. I don't know why it won't let you do sound in a window. Let's try this, see if this works. Thanks for the feedback, guys. Thanks, I'll do all that. I'm without a doctor right now. She quit last month. So having to find a new doctor. Find a good nurse practitioner. I've had excellent experience with them. Jeez, bless your heart. Oh, a lovely reading voice keep going. Flattery will get you everywhere. Okay, let's try this.
And I'm angry
How about
that I
now?
have to be here to testify about the weaponization of the FBI and DOJ. Weaponization against not only its own employees, but against those institutions and individuals that are supposed to protect the American people. I'm here today because even though I am wrongfully suspended from the FBI, I remain duty-bound to the American people to play my small role in rectifying these issues. After all, I never swore an oath to the FBI. I swore an oath to the Constitution. I've served my nation and community my entire adult life, first in the United States Army, then as a police officer, and lastly as an FBI special agent. Shortly after high school, I joined the United States Army where I served in the infantry and I was quickly promoted through the ranks. I deployed to both Iraq and Afghanistan in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom and Operation Enduring Freedom. I served in the historic 101st Airborne Division. I received the Combat Infantryman's Badge, which is awarded to those infantrymen who engage in ground combat with our nation's enemies. The Army's official motto is, "This we'll defend." Along with numerous others, I volunteered to serve this nation, risking my life in combat to protect America and her values. I know some of the best men and women this country has to offer. They come from all backgrounds, races, and creeds. They helped mold me into the person I am today. Each was willing to sacrifice, and many did, to protect this great nation. It is our duty to honor their sacrifices by standing up for what is right, regardless of the difficulty. After serving in the Army, I became a police officer. Police officers, like me, are imperfect beings, but we strive to uphold the law and the Constitution. People who go to work every day trying to make their communities better, yet who nonetheless are faced with budget cuts and calls for defunding as we continue spiraling away from law and order as a nation. While serving as a police officer, I finished my bachelor's degree, graduating with honors in criminology and law studies. Shortly thereafter, I began the long road to becoming an FBI special agent, a position I once understood to be the pinnacle of law enforcement and a way to continue to serve this nation and protect and defend the Constitution. During my 4 years as a special agent, I received the highest annual review an employee can receive. I volunteered for, tried out for, and was selected for an FBI SWAT team. I also volunteered for, tried out for, and was selected for a new unit the FBI created. I also received an award for my work on an anti-abortion extremism case. I've been smeared as a malcontent and subpar FBI employee. This smear stands in stark contrast to my life in public service. This smear campaign, disgusting as it is unsurprising. Despite our oath to uphold the Constitution, too many in the FBI aren't willing to sacrifice for the hard right over the easy wrong. They see what becomes of whistleblowers, how the FBI destroys their careers, suspends them under false pretenses, takes their security clearances and pay with no true options for real recourse or remedy. This is by design. It creates an Orwellian atmosphere that silences opposition and discussion. We know what is right to do, yet we too often refuse to do what is right because of the difficulty and suffering it incurs. I couldn't knowingly continue on this path silently without speaking out against the weaponization I witnessed, even if it meant losing my job, my career, my livelihood, my family's home, and now my anonymity. It's up to members of this committee, current and former FBI employees, and indeed all Americans, to ensure that the weaponization of our own government against the people comes to an end, no matter the personal cost. As James Madison prudently opined, in framing a government which is to be administered by men over men, the great difficulty lies in this. You must first enable the government to control the governed, in the next place, oblige it to control itself. The safeguards currently in place at the FBI are clearly inadequate and must be reworked to protect whistleblowers and others who are inappropriately targeted. The FBI can extract whatever they want from me. I'm willing to bear that burden. I've sworn to defend this country from enemies, both foreign and domestic, even if that means sacrificing my life. I've lived that oath out since first enlisting in the Army, consistently saying, "Here am I, send me." My oath, however, did not include sacrificing the hopes, dreams, and livelihood of my family, my strong, beautiful, and courageous wife, and our 4 sweet and beautiful daughters who have endured this process along with me. In weaponized fashion, the FBI allowed me to accept orders to a new position halfway across the country. They allowed us to sell my family's home. They ordered me to report to the new unit when our youngest daughter was 2 weeks old. Then, on my first day on the new assignment, they suspended me, rendering my family homeless. They refused to release our goods, including our clothes, for weeks. All I wanted to do was serve my country by stopping bad guys and protecting the innocent. To my chagrin, bad guys have begun running parts of the government, making it difficult to continue to serve this nation and protect the innocent. But I, for one, will never stop trying. And I'll never forget my oath. Thank you.
That man is a hero. And the way they talk to him, you guys, just absolutely blow your mind. Debbie Wasserman Schultz was an absolute tool. The lady from, where's she from? Puerto Rico. She's from New York, but she's like she's the representative for the Virgin Islands, non-voting member. I don't know how she gets in on anything. She just runs her mouth. She's disrespectful, rude, uninformed. The whole thing is just ridiculous. Yes, God bless the whistleblowers for sure. God bless these people who have kept us safe at their own peril. You know, he just wants to raise his family, and he knows that they're going to hammer him if he does the right thing, but he still does the right thing. And this is just a handful of people. There's thousands of people that work for the FBI, but only a handful have come out because he's off. I think he's been off like 10 months without pay. They won't let him get another job. They've taken his security clearance. And then I can't remember who it was, if it was Schultz or who it was badgering them about getting money from Kash Patel. So there's like a fundraiser that's going on to help these whistleblowers. And she made it sound like they were bought. We'll see if it's in this clip or not. But they have been treated very badly. And it's disgusting that people, while this guy's talking, even Jim Jordan, are looking down. I'm like, this man is pouring his heart out to you. Could you at least do him the respect of looking at him? And the lady who's over the Virgin Islands rep sitting there going through her stuff. I'm like, the world does not revolve around you. This man is telling his story. You could at least do him the courtesy of listening. At least that's how I was raised. God does see all. Hey, Kay. Hi, first last. All right, let's see what got me was even the Republicans were kind of grandstanding. They were like, oh, thank you guys, and blah, blah, blah. Well, that's all very interesting. And you can do a quick thank you, but then just let these guys talk. Ask questions, let them talk. We need to hear their testimony. This isn't your moment in the sun to up your coffers. We need to hear what these guys have to say. We'll see you, Patty. Great weekend to you. All right.
Mr. O'Boyle, the ranking member said that when people break the law, they deserve the consequences they get. And it doesn't matter that they served in the military. So what law did you break before the FBI packed up all your stuff and moved it across the country to Virginia?
No true law. The only thing I broke was not towing the line for the FBI. Like I said when I opened, my oath is to the Constitution, not to the FBI.
And our laws provide you avenues to talk to Congress, to talk to your supervisors about those concerns, right?
Correct.
And so you didn't deviate from that, did you?
No.
You didn't go to the media first, did you?
No.
You used what the law provided, and your family has paid an exquisite price for that, haven't they?
They have.
How old were your children when they moved you across the country?
6, 5, 3, and 2 weeks.
A 2-week-old baby. Could you get your stuff?
6 weeks later.
Oh, so for 6 weeks, almost every possession to your name, the FBI had and wouldn't give back to you. How did you, what time of year was it? Was it winter, summer?
When I reported, it was in September. So when we were traveling, it was summertime essentially. So we had basically summer clothes, but then we were basically stranded in Wisconsin, which is where we're from. It gets cold there pretty quick. And
well, I'll take your word for it. I'm a Florida man. But what was it like when you had to go and explain to your wife that you didn't have coats for your children because the FBI wouldn't give them back to you?
It was horrible. I mean, we were asking family for clothes and
oh,
excuse me. It was a difficult time.
Yeah, you became a charity case, didn't you?
I did, and now I get derided for that. I never thought I'd have to accept charity in my life. I thought I would be able to take care of my family, but I'm grateful for everyone who has provided charity to me. That even includes a former colleague's church. I would name the church to give them recognition, but I'm too worried that the FBI would send informants to infiltrate that church as well.
look at the
Yeah,
killing
well, they've
effect
already done
we've
that with the
had.
Catholics. I yield back.
Don't think that's going to jump something else. Yeah, Debbie Schultz looks like she should be perched under a bridge waiting for small children to wander by. The whole thing is just heartbreaking. I mean, and these guys are, sticking to their guns. At home and gaslight. Exactly. Let me come down here. Will you say more about choking after drinking water? I choke on my own saliva sometimes. I've had too many surgeries to count. Yeah, so you've got these cranial nerves that run down from your neck into your skull, down through your arms, down your spine. And if one of those cranial nerves, one of the cranial nerves helps with swallowing. There's the one I'm having trouble with that one, and the one that innervates the voice box. And so, I don't talk all day long. I'm home by myself. Unless I have to go out. And but just because I talked so much on Tuesday during my show, because that nerve's not working right anymore. You've heard RFK, the guy that's running for under the Democrats for president, or the Democrat Party. He's got nerve damage to his vocal cords, and it's a cranial nerve that does that. But yeah, if you're having trouble choking, like when you're drinking something, there's not much you can do with your own saliva, but tuck your chin, and that will help close off your airway a little bit better so it doesn't get in your lungs. It is psychological warfare. It's just, I'm just ashamed that we live in a country that's doing this to people. I mean, I would expect to see this in, Pakistan, or, this is just heartbreaking to me that we're doing this to our best and brightest.
All of the hardships you've gone through. If one
This
of your
is really low.
really good friends, your former colleagues, came to you and said, I have this thing that is being covered up, and I think the American people need to know about it, what advice would you?
Can you guys hear that at all?
I would tell them first to pray about it.
We can hear him.
Long and hard.
Yeah, ramen noodle head.
And I would tell them I could take it to Congress for them, or I could put them in touch with Congress, but I would advise them not to do it.
So you would legitimately try to protect one of your colleagues from doing what you have done?
Absolutely.
And how do you think that solves being able to shine light on corruption, weaponization, any kind of misconduct that exists with the American people?
It doesn't solve it. But the FBI will crush you. This government will crush you and your family if you try to expose the truth about things that they are doing that are wrong. And we are all examples of that.
I can't think of a more sobering way to end a hearing. I yield back.
That's what these guys are facing, guys. Whatever you're facing, count yourselves lucky that you're not facing that. It's just awful. I really wanted to see Schultz. I was hoping it would have a link down here. We may have to look this up. But the lady from Puerto Rico was an absolute jerk. Yes, Paula, exactly. Banana Republic. It's just awful. I mean, I don't know how people in government can even respect themselves at this point. Yes, God protect him. God protect him and Kyle Seraphin and Friend. I can't think of the, his last name is Friend. Steve Friend. I don't know if it's listed in here. Anyway, my heart was just broken for these guys today. And you can donate to them. Let me find that. Give me a second here. Oh my gosh, my shoulder's screaming. What's that about? Therapy, I guess. Give, send. Oh, Kyle. Maybe it's whistleblowers. Let me look. And I would encourage you guys, I've been trying to encourage people who don't generally donate because, they're like, oh, I don't have money, I can't donate. Donate $1 or donate $5. Most people are not going to miss $1 or $5. I have people that donate $1 to me, and I am absolutely thankful for that. I don't think supporting whistleblowers, which one is it? Shoot, I don't want to message Tracy because she's out on a date. I don't want to print anything. How did this happen? No. That's not the right thing. That should be Give, Send, Go. Why is it going to my print? What a weird thing. Google, trying to keep them from gaining money probably. Is that it? I can't. I'll have to find out, you guys. Let me see if I look up Kyle Seraphin on here. Kyle Seraphin, I think that's right. Here we go. All right, let me get the screen over here for you guys. This is Give, Send, Go. So you can see, and I'll drop the link for you if I can find my stupid cursor. Where is it? Come over here. There we go. Present. Stop. Present. So this is what the page looks like, just so you know. Let me get that off there. Okay, so this is the site. Wow. I think it was like at 40 or 70, 87,000 this morning. Wasn't that it? 83 or 87. And they just they just put up this last call yesterday. The funds from this campaign will be received by Kyle Seraphin, and he's helping out Steve Friend. Thank you. Steve Friend and Garrett, and I think there's some others. Folks, many of you have asked how you can help the public stance to expose FBI corruption. We are going to have legal bills as we push to share. I mean, they need freaking rent money. America's information with the people of America. The FBI should not hide behind policy when they're using American tax dollars to undercut our republic. And so thank you to all your generous donations at this point. They have been life-sustaining to my friend Garrett's family and my own as we went 10 months without pay. We are on second phase of the GSG, the Give, Send, Go. Garrett O'Boyle and Marcus Allen will get 100% of the donations coming in from May 1st onward. So Garrett was the guy that we just heard talking. Coming from May 1st onward. My family has been passing all of the funds along for a couple of months, but we are going to add Marcus's family to this. I'm proud they had the courage and integrity to speak up. I can't remember who Marcus Allen is. I'm proud they had the courage and integrity to speak truth, and I know many of you have hope from listening to them stand up to this weaponized government. I'm going to post the prayer we read before their testimony, and I shared on my podcast. Thank you for your support. These men deserve it, but they are humbled and grateful. Prayer before testimony. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day and the safe travel of our brothers Marcus, Garrett, and Stephen to D.C. Help them face down the enemies of this country and weather one more day with your grace and dignity, despite the false and misguided purpose in those before them. In this closing the Easter season, just days before Pentecost, send down your Holy Spirit to fill these men with the tongues of fire as of old, to make their voices heard like the driving wind in the locked room, and to dress them in the armor of your truth. Though they may face the treacherous voices and lying tongues of those who would corrupt their virtue, help them set their faces like flint, so that they may weather the spitting of dishonesty and disingenuous purpose. Guide their feet so they do not falter, nor do they stumble as they walk on this unknown path. Confident in your protection, empower their voices so their words may ring clearly and their message may carry true like an arrow to the center ring. Insulate their hearts with the love of their families and these friends gathered so that they might know, even if the world reviles them, their courage and honesty is a sustaining force for those without a voice and many who dare to hope. Soften the hearts of those who are attempting to excuse the evil deeds of those in our government who have betrayed the trust and weaponized our worldly rule against the people it should serve. We ask these things in the name of your Son, who told us, where 2 or 3 are gathered in his name, there he would be in our midst. Let Jesus be in the midst of this spiritual battle today with Steve and Garrett and Marcus, and let them engage with the courage of the early disciples. Today, let thy will be done. Amen. Oh, thank you for dropping that, Jigsaw. Yeah, it's GiveSendGo/Kyle Seraphin. And let me come up here and copy that for my folks that aren't on Rumble. Copy. And come to Rumble, you guys. What are you waiting for? Get off YouTube. You're making them rich and they're horrible people. There you go. So that's that story. I felt like that was definitely worth a share tonight. I was so moved by their bravery. And, you know, Garrett's a big old guy and you could see him getting emotional and everything his family has been through. I mean, his wife just had a baby and they're moving. Baby's 2 weeks old. They have 3 other little girls. Thank you, Paula. Thank you. But like I said, guys, you know, if everybody, I generally have anywhere between 1,200 and 2,500 views on a video. If every person gave $1, you know, that's helpful. That's going to cover some rent. And it's not going to set any of us back anything that we're going to notice, not $1. So God bless them. May we all be so brave under pressure. CNN death spiral. Let's talk about happy news. Lisa Jex, you're welcome, honey. Newsmax beats CNN in primetime ratings. Now, you've got to know that CNN is just dying over this. They made fun of Newsmax and they called them, election deniers and all this stuff, and they beat them in the ratings. Good on you, Newsmax. CNN, pound sand. We're so over it. CNN's death spiral continues. Forbes reports that CNN has, I know I'm saying this with glee. I shouldn't rejoice in someone else's suffering, but when it's evil, I think it's okay. And if I'm wrong, God convict my heart of that, but I think it's okay. But I'm open to being, I'm open to input from God on that. Forbes reports that CNN has now dropped into 4th place behind Newsmax in primetime viewership ratings. Only President Trump has been able to offer the liberal news outlet a brief bump in the ratings. The network drew more than 3 million people for Trump's town hall last week, far above anything CNN has been attracting lately in the 8 p.m. time slot. Let's go ahead and rejoice, Jigsaw. Without Trump, the downward spiral continues. Among viewers 25 to 54, the demographic group most valued by advertisers, CNN climbed to 3rd place with an average audience of 87,000 viewers. You guys, there are people on Rumble that get more views than that. Fox News was first in the key demo with 109,000 viewers, followed by MSNBC at 98. Newsmax was 4th with 45,000. Each of CNN's primetime hours trailed the competition on Newsmax Friday, with Anderson Cooper delivering a total audience of 447,000, taking 4th place behind Fox News, who got 1.3 million. MSNBC's All In with Chris Hayes got 1.076 million. And Newsmax Eric Bolling got 467,000. So it goes on through there. The CNN got 3.1, the town hall got 3.1 million views. So that didn't sound like they had more views the way they said that. 125 climbed to 3rd place. An average audience of 87,000. Fox News was at 109. Oh, yeah, okay, so they did top them. So take that, CNN, and suck it. I will delight in your downfall. And Fox News for that matter. We're going to talk about them too. All right. Oh, I forgot to share my screen. Sorry, guys. Got to yell at me when I do that. Share screen. Fox News considers. There we go. Okay. Oh, we're going to have to do something about that. Fox News is considering making some dramatic changes to its primetime lineup now that Tucker is gone. The Drudge Report on Wednesday morning reported that the network plans to move longtime star Sean Hannity into the coveted 8 p.m. hour, previously held by Carlson, who was shockingly fired last month. He's actually not fired. They're still paying him. Furthermore, they just took him off the air. Drudge added, with Hannity moving up an hour, fellow hosts Jesse Waters and Greg Gutfeld would slide into the 9 and 10 p.m. hours. The latter slot is currently held by Laura Ingraham. In response to Drudge's blaring headline, a network spokesperson wrote in a statement, "No decision has been made on a new primetime lineup, and there are multiple scenarios under consideration." I think if these people at Fox, these people who, the personalities, if they have any backbone at all, they will refuse to take that slot. I would refuse to take it. Just out of solidarity. I mean, if you don't say anything, it's just going to keep happening. In response to Drudge's blaring headline, that no decision had been made, Drudge's claims about a major lineup reshuffle come just a day after Fox Corp held its annual advertising upfront, prominently featuring the network stars. Fox Corp CEO Lachlan Murdoch left the door open to schedule changes last week during an earnings call. Quote, "There's no change to our programming strategy at Fox News," he said. "It's obviously a successful strategy, and as always, we are adjusting our programming and our lineup, and that's what we continue to do." Tucker Carlson wanted to start threatening Fox News. Oh, that's a link. A major reshuffle of Fox Primetime, which would come as some of its post-Tucker ratings have begun to crater, would not be unprecedented for the network. And so it talks about how they did this in the past with Megyn Kelly, blah, blah, blah. I hope it hurts, and I hope it hurts really bad. That's all I have to say about that. That's where I am. I hope it hurts, and I hope it hurts really bad. I tweeted Tucker the other day. He never answers me, but I tweet him anyway. I tweet Elon every once in a while too. I just keep hoping. But I tweeted Tucker, and I'm like, Tucker, waiting. But I did a little Judge Judy GIF or GIF, however you say that. Inside Tucker Carlson's battle to trade his 20 million Fox News salary for a Twitter show. So see, he's not fired. He's still getting his 20 million. But he, his theory is, look, you guys broke. Oh, I forgot to present again. Let's do share window, since we don't need any more sound. Share. It's so weird that it won't let me share sound when I share a window. I don't think Fox can do anything to fix the screw up they created. No, I think they're right in there with Budweiser. Was it Ford that made the new gay truck? People are just fed up. They've had it. This is not what we signed up for when we all decided to. Okay, I'm trying to get this fan off. I'm cold now. There we go. That won't last long. Oh, that's better. Yeah, I think they've. Well, and I'm not been a Sean Hannity fan in a very, very long time. I feel like he repeats himself so much that it's torture to watch. Haven't watched Fox News since they called Arizona way too early for Biden. You were out early. Yeah, I didn't really know what was going on there yet. I was like, when I didn't even know about Rumble or alternative news or anything like that at that point. I mean, I just recently woke up to all of that. And I found it out of necessity because I was getting run off Facebook in my Facebook group for COVID. The mystery surrounding Tucker Carlson's ouster from the airwaves at Fox News and his future plans in media are coming into sharper focus. On April 26th, Carlson spoke by phone with one of Fox Corp's 8 board members who told the host that his recent betching was a condition of Fox News settlement with Dominion voting systems, according to multiple sources with knowledge of the conversation. Interesting, because the first thing they did was deny that it had anything to do with that settlement. The unnamed board member told Carlson that the condition does not appear in any of the settlement's documents and instead was a verbal agreement. If Fox didn't comply, the settlement was off, Carlson was told. Dominion had plenty of leverage. Dominion is now basically blackmailing news agencies. If Fox didn't, for anybody who doesn't know, Dominion they do voting, they're voting people. Who've pretty much taken over the voting system. And instead was a verbal agreement. If Fox didn't comply, the settlement was off, Carlson was told. Dominion had plenty of leverage given that the $787.5 million deal to settle Dominion's that's a long sentence, Dominion's defamation suit against the network wouldn't officially close until late May. If Dominion opted to blow up the deal, Fox would return to square one on settlement talks or potentially subject the Murdoch family empire to a jury trial that would undoubtedly expose more embarrassing details about the operation of Fox News and fallout from its 2020 president election coverage. Okay. Unlike Sean Hannity, Jeanine Pirro, and Maria Bartiromo, Carlson wasn't a key player in the suit that claimed Fox News repeatedly and knowingly aired false claims about the company with regards to the 2020 U.S. presidential election. See, they wanted to get rid of Tucker because that would hurt Fox the most. Didn't have anything to do with anything Tucker did, as far as Dominion goes. But Dominion was looking for the best way to maim the conservative news network, and forcing Fox News to cut ties with the most watched personality in cable news would deal a potentially insurmountable blow and lead to a viewer exodus, according to Carlson's understanding. Well, 10-4 on that. That condition was intended to hurt Fox, and Tucker is just collateral damage, says a source familiar with the matter. Dominion wanted to punish Fox, and it's working. Dominion and Fox Corp both strongly dispute that the decision to take Carlson off the air was directly linked to the settlement. A Fox News spokeswoman called it categorically false. Dominion issued a statement to Variety. Quote, as the Fox principals who negotiated the settlement well know, Dominion made no demands about Tucker Carlson's employment orally or in writing. But they don't have to say that. They can say, there's going to need to be someone else in the 8 o'clock slot. Then they can say, oh, well, we didn't say anything about Tucker Carlson. And apparently they didn't, there was nothing about the employment because he's still employed. Dominion said in a statement, any claims otherwise are categorically false and thinly veiled effort to further damage Dominion. Yes, you're the pillar of ethics over there, Dominion. Fox should take every effort to stop these lies immediately. Still, the speculation, this sounds like a threat, doesn't it? Still, the speculation about Dominion and Carlson has spread. Texas Governor Greg Abbott, a Republican, inserted himself into the drama on May 13th when he called out Dominion's alleged role in Carlson's removal from the airwaves. Quote, I'm happy that Dominion does not operate in Texas, and I don't think they should do so in the future, Abbott tweeted. We may disagree with others' positions, but we should never try to improperly silence views contrary to our own. But that doesn't even make sense because Tucker didn't say any of that stuff. So I don't know what Abbott's talking about because Tucker never made any claims about Dominion. Dominion says that themselves. Amid a standoff with Fox, technically still Carlson's employer, given that the network has not terminated his employment, the polarizing but popular anchor is poised to launch a show on Twitter within the month. Two knowledgeable sources say. With Tucker Carlson tonight, senior executive producer Justin Wells on board, Team Carlson is working as quickly as possible to post his debut show from his home in Maine, where he has a full production studio. If Fox tries to prevent Carlson from launching the show on the social media platform, where he enjoys a following of 7.5 million, the host is prepared to litigate or watch the network implode, attempting to challenge free speech, says one of the sources. As the battle plays out, Fox is continuing to pay Carlson, an enormously influential voice in conservative politics, his $20 million salary. After learning that he was being sidelined on April 24th, Carlson hired high-powered Hollywood attorney Brian Friedman for the contract dispute. Freeman, this is interesting, whose other media clients include Don Lemon, ousted by CNN on the same day, Megyn Kelly, Chris Cuomo, and Tiffany Cross, is well known as the lawyer you retain when you're ready to go to war with a media giant. As such, Freeman sent a letter to Fox on May 9th saying Fox employees, including Rupert Murdoch himself, broke promises to Carlson intentionally and with reckless disregard. That's the end. Gosh. Reckless disregard. I mean, if the shoe fits. Thank you and good night. I just can't even. I'm trying. With reckless disregard for the truth. I said disregard. I'm racking them up, you guys. What was it like 3 weeks ago? Makooch. So bad. And now we've got disregard. Don't have reckless disregard for people, you guys. That's just not nice. Sounds like you need to hurry upstairs to die. Oh no, it's all Freudian. Oh, I'm a married spud. The attorney who forced NBC News to pay Kelly $69 million after she was fired in 2019. Can't hear me now. Where are we at? Has made it clear to Fox that its cabler breached Carlson's contract by pulling him from his top-rated 8 p.m. slot. Now he's free to do what he wants because they breached the contract first. I know, Debbie. I'm so sorry. The idea that anyone is going to silence Tucker and prevent him from speaking to his audience is beyond preposterous. Following the split, embarrassing Carlson text messages leaked to various media outlets, the worst being a missive in which he expressed mixed feelings about Donald Trump supporters beating up on Antifa activists during the Capitol riot on January 6th. Jumping a guy, I wish they would put that whole sentence in here because there's more to that. Jumping a guy like that is dishonorable, obviously. It's not how white men fight. But there's like something past that I don't know, explains that or something, but you know how they do. The text messages were part of the Dominion legal filings, and but this has nothing to do with Dominion. And unredacted versions were not available to the public. One of the sources says Carlson believes the leaks came from either Fox or Dominion. Well, who else would they come from? But the leaks may play to Carlson's advantage. If Fox tries to cite Carlson's text messages as cause for firing, it will open a Pandora's box, given that other popular anchors the network is trying to hold on to are said to have embarrassing text exchanges that would surface in any Carlson litigation, negating the point of Fox paying nearly $800 million to make the Dominion suit go away. Carlson's Twitter move could have additional reverberations with talent at the network. A handful of Fox anchors have reached out to Carlson directly or had their surrogates contact him to say they are eager to join whatever venture he starts on Twitter when their contracts are up. That's a mic drop. What the heck? We all know what Penny's thinking about. Oh my gosh, you guys. I hate it when I slip because you guys take such joy in it. I zoned out for a bit, but your laugh got me back. What are we laughing at? I said reckless disregard. I admit it. It's Don's fault. He got that talk. He was luring me with his suit and tie, and now I can't think straight. I'm all aflutter. Anyway, I'm not going to read the rest of that, but that's where that is. Apparently, I've got to get upstairs early tonight. So, okay. So I wanted to announce this because it's local news. Fox Leak tried to make Tucker look bad and only looked better. Yeah, it only made him look more human to me. They stopped after failing miserably. Yeah, don't you love it when it bites him in the butt like that? It's kind of like the left can't meme, that sort of thing. So I live here in Kentucky, and Daniel Cameron is our attorney general, and he won the primary for his gubernatorial race. So yay, that's super exciting. He's an awesome guy. If he wins, he would be the first Black governor in Kentucky history. Not that being Black is a qualification for being governor. He's qualified to be governor because he's incredible. But just super excited about this, and it would be a first, and those are always exciting. So Trump endorsed candidate Daniel Cameron, and I liked Daniel Cameron. I started liking him during the pandemic because he was going after all of this really strict lockdown. Like our governor, there were on Easter of 2021, I guess, maybe 2020, I can't remember. But on Easter, the governor said that people could not go to church. And so some of the churches in Kentucky decided to do parking lot services. And so all these people go to church and they're sitting in their cars with their windows open, listening to the church service over a microphone outside in the car with the people that they live with. And our governor sent health department and police to these churches to copy down people's license plates numbers, then to go to their homes and serve them with a notice that they were under a 2-week quarantine because they went to church. And Cameron went after them for this. And so love Cameron. You're born and raised in Kentucky. Where are you from? Real dream. You're new in here. And Mike Shaw, you're new too. So Trump endorsed candidate Daniel Cameron won the Kentucky primary for governor over DeSantis endorsed Kelly Craft. Cameron was leading with 47% of the vote to 17% for Kelly Craft with 84% of the vote count. I don't know what the final numbers were. You are new. Well, welcome. So here's his speech. Oh, shoot. I can't do it this way, can I? Doggone it. Stop sharing. Present. Got to do it in a tab. I always forget when there's sound. Share. Gotta do that up here.
Since Joe Biden has been president, I've taken him to court 23 times. And Bashir, taking the fight to him too,
Beautiful.
held Biden and Bashir accountable over illegal immigration, abortion, the war on coal, and of course, we stopped their vaccine mandates. When Biden and Bashir step over the line and violate the Constitution, I fight back and win. I'm Daniel Cameron. I figure if we fight the radical liberals now, maybe kids like Theodore will still have the real America when it's their turn.
There you go. That's our Daniel Cameron. Hooray. The Trump culture of winning is alive and well. I think it's not the end. So State Attorney General Cameron, who's backed by former President Trump, is projected to win Kentucky's GOP gubernatorial primary. Cameron's toughest opponent in the crowded GOP. Yeah, there were like 9 people running. In the crowded GOP field were former UN Ambassador Kelly Craft and Agriculture Commissioner Ryan Quarles. He was widely seen as the frontrunner in the race and was aided by Trump's endorsement in a state that the former president won by double digits in 2020. The state attorney general garnered national attention for a breakout speech at the Republican National Convention. What I really like, what was I going to tell you about that? So we had 2 other guys running. Nipper, where's my phone? That didn't win, and I was really disappointed because one of the guys, hold on. Okay, so one of the guys, yeah, we had how many people running? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 people were running for that Republican gubernatorial primary. Secretary of State, I really wanted Nipper because Nipper's just very conservative, had done a lot of work. The one that I was really pulling for was Andrew Cooperrider for state treasurer. Andrew had I don't know if he still does, but he had a coffee shop up in Lexington that the governor kept fining him for keeping it open. And he just kept fighting him, and he just kept it open and kept it open. And I think that Cameron eventually came out and was like, hey, this is ridiculous. He doesn't have to pay all these fines. And it just didn't matter what he did. The governor was trying to shut him down. It was crazy here. They locked down my disabled brother, who is in care in Lexington in a home. They're like family home providers, and all of his services are up there and everything. He wasn't allowed to access any of his Medicaid and Medicare approved services, like his day programs, even after everything else opened up. I'm talking like another 7 months. He wasn't allowed to go anywhere in a car with his own provider. He wasn't allowed to leave his house. He couldn't go to pick up food anywhere with his provider. He couldn't go to his day program. And I was told that if I took him to a doctor's appointment in person, that would render him immediately homeless, which is against the law in this state for family providers to do that. And the whole mess was so bad, and they were so locked down that he ended up being abused by his provider, and the state did absolutely nothing about it. And this is all, and there was never any law. They were just doing this, and I kept pushing it. I'm like, no, this is crazy. If he leaves, and you show me the policy that you can throw him out. And there was no other disabled people living in his home. It was just him, and the people who lived there were going out. So I'm like, he's not adding any additional danger. So even like when the day programs opened up, they weren't going to let him go. And I'm like, look, he has rights just like I do. You can't tell me I can or can't go somewhere. I mean, once the lockdowns were lifted, and that's what they were doing. And he was so depressed. He was like, Penny, I would rather die than not be able to ever see you guys again or go anywhere. And we had to add medications. And I mean, it was terrible. And it didn't matter. You want to talk about a truly marginalized group, intellectually disabled people. I don't want to hear about your trans garbage. I'm so tired of it. When, I've got a brother who was basically jailed by the state and threatened with homelessness if he went to a freaking doctor's appointment. So no, I'm not upset that, the government is telling you that we're not going to back you cutting off your kid's penis. That's the least of our problems. Stop it. People are crazy. They're crazy. I'm on a rant tonight. I get like this sometimes, guys. Apparently I need to get upstairs. This is what I'm getting from the chat. Croft self-funded her campaign. Good on her for having the means. But Cameron sounds like the real deal. Yeah, I really like Cameron. It is unreal that they could get away with that. And they can't actually take away their rights without a hearing. And so I requested the hearing, and they're like, why do you want a hearing? I said, because I'm his guardian, and it is my obligation to look after his well-being. And if you're going to take his rights away, I'm entitled to a hearing. And they said, well, it's not like the government's going to look into this. I said, oh, I get it. This was a caseworker. So you guys are only responsible to make sure that his rights aren't being violated, as long as the government's not going to look into it. That's what you're telling me? You said those words out loud to me in a group? I just was blown away by it. And so I kept pushing, and I'm like, if you will not let him go out, then I want this Human Rights Council hearing. I want a state representative there. And when I pushed on that, they're like, okay, he can go, but he can't ride the bus. And I'm like, he is allowed to take transportation. I mean, it was just a fight every step of the way. It's reassuring to hear others who see the truth so rant away. Yeah. Some days it really piles on me. I don't know why. I think, you know what I think really got me upset this week is how rude a couple people were in Tracy's chat, and how rude they were to her, and how disrespectful they were of all the work that she has done. And that one person that I mentioned earlier, Stasis, who's in her chat, routinely gets on there and talks about how she burned her house down. Her house burned to the ground, and there was a fundraiser that helped them get things going. I mean, they lost everything. And she's done all of this work. I mean, just endlessly. She is as good a person as you'll ever know. And this person's like, oh yeah, your house burned down, and then you took all that money that was raised, and what rebuilt her house. Even if there was insurance money, you don't think she's got expenses doing all this podcasting and bringing the truth to people? And this guy is just a total jerk, and he's so abusive in her chat. And so at one point they blocked him, I guess, because he was being awful. But then he created accounts under 4 different names, and then tried to sell it that they were blocking a group of people and they weren't allowing free speech. And I'm like, no, there's a difference between a healthy debate and you being an asshole. You're an asshole. You need to be stopped. You are a cancer to everyone around you. You pollute this room with your rude talk. He was horrible to me about my near-death experience, suggesting I was the Antichrist, or at least a false prophet, and bordering maybe on an Antichrist, and that when I died, I probably didn't see God, I saw Satan. Well, you know what, Stasis, you can just go jump off a really high place, because you are one of those people that has nothing better to do than to pollute a chat room with your vile talk and hurt people who are trying so hard at great expense to themselves to make this world a better place and to keep people in the know. And all you can do is be critical. And this guy just makes me sick. And you know what? It would bother me less if he were doing it to me. It bothers me that he's doing it to Tracy, because I know what her life is like. I know what she's been through. Yeah. Troll's going to troll. And I don't know. It's like the guy that comes into the restaurant and screams and carries on about his meal not being right because he knows he's going to get his meal for free. Let's stop giving him the meal for free. There's got to be a way to stop these sycophants. Evil got that. Troll's control. Tracy has been under a great deal of attack. She needs our prayers. She does. She is a very good friend to me in a very short time. Wonder how much he's being paid. I think he does it just for the joy of it. I think some people like being complete jerks. They like stirring up, strife and division. And what gets me is, he's just always plugging Frank. I'm like, Frank has a show. If you like Frank's content, go watch Frank's show. You don't have to come in here and listen to Tracy talk. There's not a gun to your head. Just go, please go. Let me hold the door for you. Somebody shove him. I mean, I've just had it with these people. Many of these trolls are paid to do exactly. Really? That's a thing. Well, curses to whoever pays them. That's terrible. That's terrible. Especially when we work so hard. You guys, you have no idea how much news I watch and read to do a show. And Tracy does 10 times more than I do. She's on 3 days a week. Then she's appearing on multiple different things. She's helping people get their shows built up. It just makes me so mad. I'm like, you're a person who sits and does nothing but throw stones at people who are killing themselves. Show prep is a real thing. It takes a long time. Mike, do you have a show? I spend hours a day between show prep and answering emails. And I answer all my own emails, and it takes me a while, but I try to be quick and get them answered. Plus, I have people reaching out for interviews on the near-death experience thing. And so I try never to turn down an interview unless somebody's got a real weird channel that I don't want to be affiliated with. Then I've got people with health concerns messaging me, people who are suffering, emotional loss and need to talk that out. And I try to help every single person. And to have somebody just attack me for sharing my near-death experience and accuse me of maybe being the Antichrist is just, I think, a step too far. And I think that person deserves to be called out. That's more than trolling. That is a spiritual assault on me. I used to be on the radio, TV, weather. I'm on podcast, and we'll be starting mine pretty soon. Mike, make sure in the description is my email. Make sure to shoot me a email and let me know when you start your podcast so I can follow you. Maybe we can do something together at some point. I remember when her house burned. I cried. She sent me the pictures today, and I was just like, and they were in the house. I mean, they had mild smoke inhalation, and I mean, they lost everything. That's awful. I mean, all the memories from her children, and just what must, and this person to come in and attack her like she's profiteering off the total destruction of her home. Michelle says, hold on. If it helps you feel better, a crazy person on Facebook accused me of being Lucifer. Michelle, I knew there was something about you. Give me a break. Lucifer, what could you possibly have said that would make you, oh, it's Facebook. Well, yeah, I don't even do Facebook. I stream to it. That's it. I don't do Facebook Messenger. I keep telling people, if you're trying to get me on Messenger, it won't work. My email's out there everywhere. Paula, you're new. There's another podcaster that doesn't like Tracy, and he has butt heads. He has his butt. Really? Like, why do you? This is what I don't get. There are people that I don't care for, like Steven Crowder. I don't care for because he delights in making fun of disabled people. And I've watched him do it, and that's not any stretch to say. They flat out laughed at a girl that had Down syndrome that was excited about the Downs Barbie. She's in a commercial for it or whatever. And they all but called her a retard. It was disgusting. And I was upset that Gerald engaged in it too. And, but I would never troll them. I don't badmouth their show. I don't like that they did that. But for all of that, and that's personal for me because I have a disabled brother, for all of that, they reach a huge audience, and they bring a lot of information, and they're not on the other side. So they're on my side. So I'm not going to tear him down for that. But he needs to have some couth when he talks about other people, because that's just ugly. Isn't Biden's admin paying people now to police misinfo online? Huh. Yeah, I just guess I didn't assume it would be on this level. I kind of thought it was like oversight, not like putting trolls in, but maybe you're right. Betty says, yeah, it's true. They're paid to disrupt and redirect. You are kidding me. Wow. Yeah, they were in the house eating when the house caught fire. Real Dreams. Yes, I remember when her house burned. It was awful. Yeah, I started watching her in 2018. Crowder's a mess, especially this. Yeah, I'm praying for him. It's hard to go through a divorce. I don't know what's going on with his personal life, and that's none of my business. I covered it when it was in the news because it was in the news. And if it were anybody else, I would have covered it. And I'm like, look, if that it is what it is. But I don't make any judgments there. I don't know his life. I pray it turns out well and things settle down. And Janet says, I'm a mod on another podcast. There's several of us, and we won't put up with any nasty, rude people. And yes, they are paid to disrupt. Wow. Color me surprised. I did not know that. The whole thing with him recording Jeremy at DW is insane. Okay, I don't know about that. Recording Jeremy. See at Daily Wire. Yes. Yeah, I thought that was kind of beyond the pale too. And I didn't feel like that was such a dispute that people needed to malign each other afterwards. I'm like, just walk away from the deal. Like, I don't understand, why it has to come to recordings, and I didn't want to do this. I'm like, well, if you didn't want to do it, don't do it. So I don't know, he's a young man. There's maturity there that will come as he gets older. You look back at the stuff you stirred when you were younger, and you look back at it and think, was that really necessary? So hopefully, with age comes wisdom, hopefully, and he'll mature. And like I said, he does a world of good. I would say the good more than outweighs the bad. So I try to be very fair. Recording your friend is a character issue. It is. And I don't know his motivations. But like I said, there's enough crap going on the other side for me to jump on than for me to, worry about trying to malign people that are on the same side of issues. So that's where I'm with that. Like I said, if you don't like Tracy, you don't have to watch her show, just leave. You don't have to be a jerk about it. Or what did I say? Oh shoot, what was it I said? Yeah, you don't have to be a dick regard. Don't be a dick regard, you guys. Nobody likes a dick regard. Don's gonna be like, sweetheart, you gotta don't do that. You have a faith-based program. I don't know. I think God gets a kick out of it too. I think he's like, oh my gosh, these people need some comedic relief or they're gonna snap. It's hard for normal people to believe that someone can make a living by being an asshole. But yes, it is hard for it's not, well, yeah, it's hard for me to believe that. And it's hard for me to believe that someone would consider making a living in that way. I'm like, you are literally a cancer. And what you're doing is very disruptive and harmful. Like, go do some good in the world, get a real job, support a cause that you believe in. You don't have to tear somebody else down. Just find something you believe in and support that. I just am amazed at the things people will do. I don't know why it still surprises me. I guess because I wouldn't do that. That's just terrible. Even the people that I disagree with, I'm kind to. Okay, Democrats race to avoid Biden embarrassment in New Hampshire. This is a hot mess. So Democrats are searching. Oh, wait. I forgot to share my screen. Hang on a little minute. Share screen. Okay, there we go. Kranzenstein brothers come to mind. Real Dream, welcome. I'll have to look that up. I don't know about them. Democrats are searching for ways to get the president on the New Hampshire ballot after he pushed for changes to the nominating calendar. Bonehead move. Here we go. Nashua, New Hampshire. This is by Holly Oderbein. I always forget to read the names of the writers. I apologize for that. And Lisa Kaczynski. That's ridiculous, Penny. You're a beautiful person. The guy is so very wrong. Thank you, Fly Girls. That's very sweet. Yeah, mean people suck. There's just enough crap in the world. We don't need to add to it. Well, I can be an asshole, like if you're mean to my friend Tracy, I'm going to say something to you. But I don't know that that's necessarily being an a-hole. I think maybe that's just defending my friend. Top Democrats are scrambling for ways to avoid a catastrophe in New Hampshire in which Joe Biden may not appear on the primary ballot, ceding the first unofficial contest of 2024 to a fringe candidate. A fringe candidate. You mean RFK Jr.? He's a fringe candidate. We can't even name his name. They won't even put his name up. That's disgusting. A fringe candidate. The bizarre predicament is one of the president's own making, after he pushed for changes to the party's presidential nominating calendar that stripped the Granite State of its first-in-nation primary. The move was designed to reward South Carolina, which catapulted Biden to the nomination in 2020 after he stole it from Bernie Sanders. But there's a state law requiring New Hampshire's contest be held a week before any others, and Republicans in charge of the governor's office and state legislature are refusing to touch it. Well, no crap. If they don't, a primary may well be held without the sitting president putting his name on the ballot. Well, stop being dumb. They're afraid of Kennedy. Yes, they are afraid of Kennedy. Jesus loves everyone, but everyone else thinks I'm an a-hole. They're afraid of Kennedy. Yeah, they are. Now, the fringe candidate. We can't say his name. I guess his name shall not be spoken. Now, national Democrats are searching for an off-ramp with a June deadline looming for New Hampshire to make progress on changing its law or get kicked out of the official early voting lineup. Democrat National Committee members are privately considering giving the state more time. Yeah, we'll just bend the rules because that's how you win elections. If there's any opportunity for this to get resolved by New Hampshire having more time, all of us will say, give New Hampshire more time. I'm sure you will, said Labor leader Randy Weingarten, who sits on the DNC committee that approved the changes to the nominating calendar. Some have also floated the possibility of putting together a party-run primary to get around its state law. Yeah, if you don't like the laws, just think of a way to get around them. If I do that, I get in trouble. In states where state legislatures, this gets good. There's Patriot Angel. Hi, sweetheart. In states where state legislatures have refused to comply with the party rules, the state parties have run primaries that are conducted by the party, said James Roosevelt. We don't care about that. But New Hampshire Democrats, here you go, this is the best part. But New Hampshire Democrats, furious that the national party leaders upended their prized primary, don't seem to care what the DNC has to offer. They insist they're going first, whether Biden's on the ballot or not. Do you love it? I love it. I love it. We can't change our laws, and that's that. We're hosting the first primary, says Ray Buckley, chair of New Hampshire's Democrat Party. The president can decide if he wants to put his name on the ballot. The relationship between New Hampshire Democrats and national party officials began to deteriorate after Biden moved last year to slide South Carolina to the front of the line and bump New Hampshire back to second on a shared date with Nevada. What did they think was going to happen when they did that? So New Hampshire's basically like, eat a bag of butts because we're not playing. But it has hit rock bottom as the DNC's June 3rd deadline approaches. I mean, that's what, 2 weeks? And Biden's reelection launch renews questions about whether he'll campaign in a rogue state or risk losing the first unofficial contest to the other declared Democratic candidate, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Marianne Williamson. Do you see how long it took them to say those names? Neither pose an actual threat to Biden's renomination. Well, no, because we'll try to find a way to get around the laws, and we're not going to give them any press, and he's not going to debate, and so they don't pose a risk to his renomination because nobody will hear them. That's what they think. And I mean, they screwed Bernie Sanders out of it twice. I don't know why he keeps going along with them. And I'm no fan of his policies, but fair's fair. And you won't hear that from the other side. I don't think it's okay, that that as long as you get the result you want, whatever you have to do is okay. I don't believe that. Bernie Sanders absolutely should have won that primary. And Hillary took it from him. And, then you've got the whole thing with Biden. And it's just disgusting to me. The Democrats have a right to have who they've chosen to win their primary. All this crap with super delegates, and it's absolutely disgusting. That's not a fair process. If Bernie Sanders is the guy, then Bernie Sanders is the guy. Let's have a fair race. And everybody who wanted to vote for Bernie Sanders ought to be pissed off because they're getting ready to do it again. It's disgusting. This is not the country I grew up in. Neither pose an actual threat to Biden's renomination, says Politico, but they could present an embarrassing distraction at the start of the nominating process. That intra-party iciness was on stark display at New Hampshire Democrats' iconic McIntyre-Shaheen dinner party this past Friday. In the past, the major fundraiser has drawn dignitaries, including former President Barack Obama and Bill Clinton. This year, state party officials pointedly picked Representative Ro Khanna from California, one of the only Democrats outside of New Hampshire who has staunchly defended the state's primary as the headliner. Khanna, who serves on Biden's National Advisory Board for 2024, called on the president to campaign in New Hampshire, where Williamson and Kennedy have signaled they will compete regardless of potential party sanctions. If he doesn't, Khanna warned it could harm his general election chances in a small but key swing state. Senator Jean Shaheen, that's a good name, Jean Shaheen. Is it Jean? Yeah, I guess that's Jean. My middle name's Jean. It's not spelled like that. Another Biden ally also took sharp aim at the DNC in the event. We are going to leave New Hampshire and the primary to the Republicans, she said. I don't care what the Democrat, oh my gosh, this tongue tonight, Democrat National Committee says. National Democrats argue they're not abandoning New Hampshire. For instance, the DNC has launched an embed program in the state to track Republican candidates and deployed its national distributed voter contact program for key New Hampshire deadlines. That's not what they're asking for. They're asking to be first. Let them be first. They were always first. Why are you pissing off your own people? Stop it. If you're going to punish one state over another, then you're going to get screwed out of a primary. That's just how the chips fall. My middle name is it Jean? It is Jean. Okay. I found you on the Cracker. Now I'm a follower. Welcome, Sam Crow. I only got to listen to a little of the Cracker tonight because I was working on the show. Join the McGroin movement. There he is. McGroin's here. Holden McGroin. Glad to have you. I like it when the DNC pisses off its own people, right? Beyond creating a distraction at the beginning of the primaries. Did I read that? No. The potential of a fiasco in New Hampshire risks inflaming party tensions just as the general election kicks off. It's still not clear the severity of the sanctions the DNC might impose against New Hampshire if it goes out of order. But under penalties the DNC Rules and Bylaws Committee passed last year, the state could lose half its delegates if it breaks the part with the party's calendar. If this is going to be a mess. This is a big deal. I follow the Cracker as well. My middle name is Danger. We tried to talk my daughter into naming her first son with a middle name Danger, but he's named Atlas, so that's a good enough name. I like that. In order to stave off such a situation, National Democrats are looking for a fix. Yeah. A real possibility that Democrats are considering is extending the deadline so that New Hampshire has more time to meet the party's requirements, according to a person familiar with the process of the DNC's Rules and Bylaws Committee, which revamped the calendar. New Hampshire hasn't requested additional time to come into compliance because Democrats there said trying to change their state law is a losing battle. But that didn't stop the DNC from approving the initial extension until June. Meanwhile, Democrats in the state are shutting down the idea of a party-run primary before they've even formally been approached about it. Buckley said a party-run primary would be a logistical nightmare and extremely expensive, costing, I bet they could find the money. I bet they can find it. It's a great name. Absolutely impossible, he said. Where would I rent 2,000 voting machines? Dominion. Hire 1,500 people to run the polls, rent 300 accessible voting locations, hire security, print 500,000 ballots, process 30,000 absentee ballots. The power to set New Hampshire's primary date rests with the Secretary of State, David Scanlon, who said that he's open to holding the primary as early as this year, if necessary. Are you kidding me? He's open to holding the primary as early as this year. Biden's not going to do any debates. So you're not going to get to hear Williamson or Kennedy give their platforms. This is insane. They're going to hold the primary. It's like starting early voting before the debates are done. We just won't. We'll make sure half the people don't hear the debates and see that you can't speak or make any sense, and they'll already have their vote in, and it won't matter because we'll wait until right before the election to do a debate. This is not okay to do this. This says New Hampshire will hold the first in nation primary, Scanlon said. We believe all candidates that want to run for president should put their names on the ballot in New Hampshire. And we expect that there will be plenty of candidates that do in both parties. Whether Biden would file his name in a rogue New Hampshire primary is unclear. A campaign aide previously said the Biden team hopes the state doesn't jump the line, but is prepared to abide by any sanctions imposed by the DNC if it does. Still, Biden is facing pressure to compete in a state that hasn't voted for a Republican for president since 2000, but that Democrats can't afford to lose in a close election. We'll leave that there. Any way to steal an election? Did you hear Obama is banned from Russia and Durham? I think I have that. No, I didn't pull that one, but yes, I did. Obama, Durham, Jimmy Kimmel, Colbert. I can't remember. Was there like 10 or 20 people? I got a feeling if they wanted to go, they'd go. These people are just absolutely ridiculous. All right, let's see. We got 2 more here. No, we got 1 more. We're running on schedule tonight. What about that? Tell you what, I am a kick-ass broadcaster. And you have to believe me because that's my show and I said so. I still can't believe somebody called Michelle Lucifer. That's crazy. Yeah, Democrats and dick regards. I cannot believe I said that. That's so funny. I think they're going to replace Creepy Joe with Michelle Obama. I don't think so. I thought so for a while, but I don't think they will. I think they're kind of hoping for Joe to croak, which is, I mean, statistically is not out of the question. They can't run Kamala. I don't think Newsom's going to get anywhere, especially with all this reparations talk. I mean, who do they really have? They don't want RFK. He's a fringe candidate. Marianne Williamson's not going to win. I mean, can you think of anybody that's a strong enough? You know, they're talking like Hakeem Jeffries. I'm like, really? No, that's not going to work either. And not because of his color, just because he just is not qualified at all. I cannot think of, you know, Manchin's thinking about running under a third party. That's not going to go anywhere. As much as I wish we could have a viable multi-party system, I just don't see it happening. Join the McGroin movement. Holden McGroin, Holden McGroin, Holden McGroin. It's your truth. Yeah, exactly. Nord Stream blast done by CIA. This is the last one, you guys. And then I've got a super funny video to show you. It's real short. The reporter said a Central Agent CIA working group came up with a covert operation plan to put explosives on the pipelines. Now, this is an update from the Seymour Hersh article that came out, and this is in Reuters. And it was, no. This is, oh man, I pulled the wrong one. Son of a gun. Okay, well, we're not going to read that. We'll go right to the video. It's your truth. I really think so. What a time to join. Hold to the groin. It's Holden McGroin. Holden McGroin. Holden McGroin. Holden McGroin. That is just, Dan Bongino is still sailing on that one. It's so funny. Okay, let me find this video for you. This thing is hysterical. So this kid has graduated from the first grade, and he's pumped. Let me tell you. He's adorable. Yes, this one. Okay, make sure I got my volume set. This is worth the price of admission right here. Let's make that full screen. And sound's up. Okay.
School's out! It's over, baby! It's over! First grade in the book! And that's the bottom line! Because Stone Cold said so! Somebody give me a hell yeah!
One more time.
School's out! It's over, baby! It's over! First grade in the book! And that's the bottom line! Because Stone Cold said so! Somebody give me a hell yeah!
I love this kid. Last time. I just have to say it once more.
School's out! It's over, baby! It's over! First grade in the book! And that's the bottom line! Because Stone Cold said so! Somebody give me a hell yeah!
Can you imagine having that kid in your class? Oh my goodness. It's a little fireball. What a funny kid. Oh my gosh. Michelle says, wait, hold on. I got to get these on the screen. I'm trying here. There we go. I asked a question and someone yelled at me and called me Lucifer. Wow. It was disturbing at the time, but you made it really funny. Well, when that person was like suggesting that I was a false prophet, I'm like, okay, first of all, I didn't give any prophecy, but he said because I shared the letter that, or the message that God gave me to share with people, that I was giving prophecy. And I'm like, you don't even know what prophecy is. Like, that's just a message of love from God. That's not, in a declaration that God is in us and that God loves us and that we're not outside his view or his reach. And I just was, no, not my family. But I'm like, that's it? You think that's a prophetic word? Like, wow, your understanding of the Bible is very, very remedial. But the guy just has like a completely weird doctrine that doesn't make, there was another person in there, EMF something. I don't know if you guys know that chatter, but EMF was like, this is the doctrine that this person espouses and they believe this. And then once I knew that, I thought, oh, okay, well, this makes perfect sense. This person has been duped into something that makes absolutely no sense and is easily rebutted. But yeah, he couldn't take it. This kid reminds me of me. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me for some reason. People melt down over nothing anymore. Well, I couldn't understand. Like, the guy is still commenting. He's not stopped. I mean, how long ago I was on the show I was on the show a week ago, and this guy is still pissing and moaning about me being a false prophet and maybe the Antichrist. I hope I'm not the Antichrist. Like, I hope that's not something that can just like follow, like you didn't get elected for it. They're just pulling straws and they're like, okay, today we gotta find somebody to head up the FDA. We need somebody's going to have to replace somebody, Rochelle over at the CDC. And oh shoot, yeah, we need an Antichrist. All right, Nurse Penny. I'm like, is that how it works? Is that what it's come to? A pull of the straw, and now I'm the Antichrist. And poor Michelle is Lucifer. I mean, we're quite a pair here. I had no idea. And I got to work on my evil game. I'm going to have to watch some Austin Powers this weekend. If you guys have any other suggestions for me to get my evil on, I just don't think I'm going to be very convincing. And here all this time, I thought you were a nurse. I know, right? I thought I was a nurse. I had no idea. There are those who call Jonathan Cahn these accusatory names too. Yeah, so this guy really, he said, there are some real problems with Jonathan Cahn. And, I don't know. I just think you need to read the book, and you need to, if you're pretty grounded and you know the stories of the Bible, it really makes a lot of sense. For those of you who don't know, who are new tonight, we do a book club on Tuesdays, and we are covering, so it's Tuesday mornings at 10:30 Eastern, and we're covering Jonathan Cahn's The Return of the Gods. The book looks like this. And it has been so good. We've really, really enjoyed it. We're starting, and don't feel like you can't start late, because it's one of those books you could pick up in the middle and you'd still get a lot out of it. And don't worry if you can't get it before book club, because I read the chapters. We go for about 2 hours. We have comments, and then we just do a prayer afterwards. But it's really good. We're going to be done. I think we're going to be done with this in maybe 2 or 3 more weeks. And then we're going to move on. We're going to do The Harbinger 2 next, which is also one of his books. Before we do The Harbinger 2, is it Dave Croft? Let me look up this guy's email. If you guys followed some of the 9/11 people that came out questioning what happened on 9/11, which I just started looking into that recently, but this guy had heard my near-death experience, so he knew of me. And then I was on Tracy's show, and he follows Tracy, and so she had an address for me, an email address, so he reached out. Where is his David? There it is. His name is David Chandler. You guys know David Chandler? He says, I first became aware of you. I'm not going to share anything personal. Through your NDE testimonies. I then saw your activism about COVID-19. I saw a mention that you were involved with a nurses group to treat COVID patients. I'm impressed with your forthrightness in speaking out on issues of substance, and I love your groundedness. I am a Quaker, an activist on other issues, 9/11, anti-war, an experiencer of 2 near-death-like events long ago, and I'm getting more and more active on the COVID corruption. I don't know about you, but I'm getting excited about RFK Jr.'s campaign. I think his is a campaign that transcends party. I would agree. I said some of these things in a Facebook message a while back, but then I saw you say that you don't do Facebook and got your email. I mentioned my 9/11 activism. I'm one of the physicists at the heart of the 9/11 Truth Movement, coordinator of scientists for 9/11 Truth, and on the board of the newly forming International Center for 9/11 Justice. If you look up 9/11 Truth, you'll get a bunch of garbage, but he says go to 911speaksout.org. There are huge connections between 9/11 and the current abuses of power and medical issues. My wife, Fran, says hi. We're two solid admirers of your outspoken, fearless confidence, which we are pretty sure are signs that you really saw the light. So very sweet. So before we start the Harbinger, I'm going to have David on and do a 9/11 talk with him because I'm really curious to be able to ask questions. But you guys can do let me see if I can find this for us real quick. I just want to see what it looks like. 9/11. Well, Penny. Speakout.org. Let me share that. Well, that was weird. That one popped right up. So this is the page. I love the guy. He was at the Capitol and gave the most moving speech. Whoa. In here, Jonathan Cahn. Oh, yeah, he's an incredible speaker. Sorry, I got a call. Back in a second. We'll hold for you, Mike. Patriot Angel, my daughter won't talk to me until I get therapy. Oh, my gosh. I have heard of him. I'm staying away from extreme religious people. Yeah, he's not extreme. He's not extreme. Rejoice, you are being unjustly attacked by the evil one because you're walking in truth. Exactly. Okay, so here's this fella's organization, I guess, or he's part of this. So the collapse of the World Trade Center building, a building with localized fires and not hit by a plane, is one of the most telling events on the day of September 11th. Yet it has rarely been shown on TV since the first day reporting. A significant fraction of the American public has not seen the footage of the Building 7's collapse. Please watch this short video. I'm not going to turn the volume on.
For the third time today.
Shoot, I'm going to turn the volume on. Hang on. See if it'll let me do it here. Stop. Present. Share. Just do it as a tab and then you can hear it. Okay.
It's reminiscent of those pictures we've all seen too much on television before, when a building was deliberately destroyed by well-placed dynamite to knock it down.
Did they actually use the word brought down, and who was it that was telling you this?
The fire department. And they did use the word, we're going to have to bring it down.
We heard this sound that sounded like a clap of thunder. It looked like there was a shock wave ripping through the building, and the windows all busted out. About a second later, the bottom floor caved out. The building followed after that, and we saw the building crash down all the way to the ground.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a fire to me.
What looked like a skyscraper implosion. Looked like it had been done by a demolition crew. The whole thing just collapsing down on itself.
It was almost as if it were a planned implosion. It just pancaked.
Interesting, huh? Patriot Angel, if you ever need to be lifted up. Julie Green is very encouraging. Nobody else is talking about this, but it looked exactly the same in the Turkish. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Well, and Turkey and Syria are accusing the United States of using those seismic machines. Apparently we can shoot seismic, where we can shoot sound waves into the earth and create. I was reading up on that. I didn't even know we had that technology because I'm not evil. Got to work on that. I'm going to be a terrible Antichrist. I'm the Antichrist. Give me a break. Anyway, so David Chandler contributes to this site. This is David.
Okay, so we're going to talk about free
here.
fall turned around, which indicated that the speed was now decreasing. So in other words, when you actually have interaction, it's going to turn the graph around. In the North Tower, it never turned around. And so we need to ask, what does that mean? How can you have what supposedly is a pile driver, and yet we know that the interaction should produce a deceleration, but there's no deceleration. So
Yeah,
we'll
he
look
does
a
use
little
the words
further into what
decided
that
and pull.
means.
Yeah, to pull the building.
This is a pile driver. I put this in because the last time I gave a talk, somebody in the audience said, "What's a pile driver?" That's a pile driver.
Apparently
it's like
that person
big
never watched wrestling.
Punkin hammer, and they're driving piles, like pilings for a pier. That's where it gets its name. So you can drive like a telephone pole thing straight into the ground just by hitting it with a hammer, essentially. Multi-ton hammer here, okay? So, but notice something about the pile driver. It comes down and it's driving the post into the ground, but the post is decelerating the pile driver. In fact, it brings it to rest. So they have to lift it up and do it again.
Curious. It does take a long time
and
to set
over
up
and
the
over
building
again
for the charges and everything.
So it's the essence of this pile driver, that it has to be a repetitive thing, because every time it comes down, it loses its
you skip ahead here.
Little licenses and so forth to run the weather station. I became the section in here. But it turned out they did, and here's what resulted.
Our next question comes from David Chandler of the American Association of Physics Teachers. Any number of competent measurements using a variety of methods indicate the northwest corner of WTC7 fell with an acceleration within a few percent of the acceleration of gravity. Yet your report contradicts this, claiming 40% slower than free fall based on a single data point. How can such a publicly visible, easily measurable quantity be set aside?
Oh, sounds off.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Any number of measurements using a variety of methods indicate the northwest corner of
Let me see if I can fix it. It should have gone right to it. Stop. Percent. That's weird. And hopefully it'll work this time. Thank you for telling me. Oh, okay. Well, maybe Janik or maybe Patriot Angel, you need to. Okay.
A little bit of deflection because of air resistance.
Get us back where we were here.
Based on a single data point.
Well,
okay, we're good.
First of all, gravity is the loading function that applies to the structure, applies to every body, all bodies on this particular on this planet, not just in ground zero. The analysis showed there's a difference in time between a free fall time. A free fall time would be an object that has no structural components below it. And if you look at the analysis of the video, it shows that the time it takes for the 17 for the roof line of the video to collapse down the 17 floors that you can actually see in the video, below which you can't see anything in the video, is about 3.9 seconds. What the analysis shows, and the structural analysis shows, or the collapse analysis shows, it's that same time that it took for the structural model to come down from the roof line all the way for those 17 floors to disappear is 5.4 seconds. It's about 1.5 seconds, or roughly 40% more time for that free fall to happen. And that is not at all unusual, because there was structural resistance that was provided in this particular case. And you had a sequence of structural failures that had to take place, and where everything was not instantaneous.
All at the same time. That building came down.
This said, there you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, he started off totally disoriented by such a simple question, but then he actually got some traction.
Mm-hmm.
And so his real answer, which started about at the halfway point, was If you look at the videos, the roof line comes down in 3.9 seconds. But our mathematical modeling of this says it ought to be 5.4 seconds. And that makes sense because free fall only occurs when there's no resistance. But there was resistance here. There's a whole sequence of structural failures that had to take place. And they couldn't all take place at once. So he's arguing that we should accept the 5.4 seconds because it makes sense, and that's what their model predicts. But he's pushing aside the actual observational data that it came down at absolute free fall. Together with the fact that they're still not measuring this in a valid way. They're taking a starting time and an ending time. And so it's sort of like, you know, that graph that you saw going horizontally for a while and then down. Okay? So it's like if I took the first point on that graph, and then I took the last point on that graph and did a straight line between them, that's going to be there 40% less than free fall. So it's like ignoring all of the actual motion of the building. They're taking the starting and ending points, ignoring what happens in between, and characterizing the motion that way, which is something that I wouldn't give credit for in a high school physics class. Because if you're going to take a complicated motion and talk about the acceleration of an object, you have to graph the velocity versus time and find the slope of the tangent line, and that's how you get the acceleration to see whether the acceleration changes or whatever is going on. But they're ignoring all the data except 2 points.
So anyway, we'll be having David on. We're going to do, will probably take us 2 or 3 weeks to finish up the Return of the Gods. Fiona, we're doing a book club on Tuesdays, and we're covering Jonathan Cahn's The Return of the Gods. We're about halfway through, but don't let that stop you from joining. It's at 10:30 a.m. Eastern, and we meet every Tuesday, and I read from the book, so if you don't have time to get it, don't worry about that. And yeah, I think probably no more than 3 weeks we'll be done. Then I'm going to see about having David wants to come on the show, this fellow that we're watching here on the 9/11 thing. He's wanting to come on, and so I'm going to have him on the show. I'll be having Tracy on the show some Friday. We're trying to get that sorted out because her schedule's crazier than mine. And but anyway, then we'll start into the Harbinger 2, which talks about 9/11. So I think that'll be a really good segue for us. I think you guys will agree. And I am getting people are sending me suggestions for the new books to read. So I'm looking at those. Let's make sure I didn't miss any comments here. I still think it's crazy. Not unlike Tower 1 and 2, they were all imploded. I mean, I think there were enough people there who saw planes. I just don't know. I need more information. I think there were enough people there that saw planes, and we've got evidence that the CIA was involved with the whole mess now. That's recently come out, and I don't know what to believe anymore. I never thought I would be in this position. I mean, I knew the government was not honest. I mean, I've never been that deluded, but I had no idea they were like actively trying to kill us until recently. And that's come as a real shock to me. And it's created such a fire and an anger in me. And because of how it has hurt innocent people. And I just can't, I can't be quiet about it. It's like the Bible says, it's like a fire shut up in my bones and I can't hold it in anymore. I've got to tell the truth. I have to help find it, and we've got to look together. It's really important to me. So yeah, I'm really excited about having him on. Mike says, Return of the Gods, is that about Molech, Baal? Yeah, basically the spirit of the Antichrist leading to the actual Antichrist. Yeah, it's about the return of the old gods, the old pagan gods, and what might they do when they come back in this post-Christian society? How much worse might it be? It's a really interesting book. It's very well done. RJ says that was the gift from COVID. Our eyes are open now. It is. It's so funny. I was thinking about this the other day, and as bad as COVID was on me, and if you guys, there's 2 little short videos. Just scroll back like 4 or 5 videos, and it'll say my story, and there's a picture of Dr. Fauci. And I tell my story there of what happened to me during COVID. Well, hell, we'll just watch it. Hold on. I'll just pull it up here. Rumble. And then we'll end there and I'll pray us out. I've shown it before, but I'm going to show it because we're talking about this and we've got so many new people here. I'm still not a 9/11 truther. Yeah, I don't know where I am on it. I need more information. Yeah, I used to believe the news media was honest too. But why would our own government bring those buildings down? Oh, well, now there's a lot of good reasons for that. There's the whole thing with the Pentagon. There was a bunch of money missing from the Pentagon that had just gotten found out before the Pentagon got hit. There's a whole insurance issue with that building. Who else was like the CIA or the FBI was set up in there? There's all kinds of stuff that explains why the government would bring it down. I'll have to ask David if he knows that angle of it. And if not, he can probably link me up to somebody who does, who'd be willing to come on. Me too. I trusted the media and the government, says RJ. I started doubting the media after the MSN fiasco with Pat Roberts about the Teletubbies. Betty, Building 7, if I recall, had gold in it. Yeah, I think so. It brought about the Patriot Act. Yes, it did. We were missing money, trillions from the DOD. Yeah, yes. And then nobody wanted to explain that, and a crash in the building really helped. Trillions were missing from the Pentagon and increased control and monitoring of citizens. I didn't know. Yeah, I'd like to too. I'm really excited to have him on. I have so many questions. Now, he's going to be more of the structural sort of thing, but I imagine he can help us get on some people who can answer a lot of these questions, because I'd like to hear what the theories are. See, this is the thing about, conspiracy theories. Well, just let me hear all the ideas and then I'll weigh it. I'm a smart person. I can think. I mean, if a 5-year-old can decide he wants his penis cut off, I can surely listen to the information on 9/11 and make an educated decision there. So, I mean, that's just my take on it. So this is what woke me up. Let me pull this up here and make sure I shared that right so that we have sound. This is just short. When will he be on? 2 or 3 weeks, probably. We're working our schedules. I'm trying to get him on before we start the Harbinger, because the Harbinger is about 9/11. All right. Come up here. Even in the midst of being disoriented, I could not believe there weren't any airplane parts. Yeah, that's true at the Pentagon. That's pretty interesting. That's a good point. I just need to hear the story told from people who've really looked into it. I've just kind of gotten scattering of information. I was all caught up in the psychological shock. Let me tell you what I was doing that day. I was doing my OBGYN rotation, and I was helping deliver a baby. And so this woman, I'm standing up at one side, her husband's at the other side, and she's pushing. The baby's not coming soon, but she's in the pushing stage. And we see this plane hit the tower on the television. And it was the most surreal thing I've ever experienced. She stopped hollering and stopped pushing. The room went silent. And we were all just staring at the TV trying to figure out what happened. And so I looked at the husband and I'm like, turn the television off. And he was just glued to it. And I said, I don't want the memory of the birth of your child to be marred by this, by you seeing it during the birth. Let's turn it off. And he wouldn't turn it off. And then she was still pushing when the second one hit. And so it was really, really traumatic for that family. And for me, I couldn't figure out, I wanted to get my kids because we live near the Army Depot, which is a potential site to be struck. And it was really, really scary. Years ago, my ex was targeted and we were investigated by Homeland Security for over a year. Oh my gosh, Fiona, that's crazy. Wow. RJ, the perfect smoldering outline of a jet in the field was puzzling. And again, no plane parts at the Pentagon. Yeah, I think that's very interesting. I was a weather guy, Mike says, in Lubbock, Texas. I used to live in Texas. The morning of 9/11, we didn't have local news for 2 days. I do remember all the churches open for prayer. We did weather crawls to let everyone know. Smith Munt, Real Dream says, Smith Munt Act 2012 made it legal for MSM to really? Oh my gosh, you guys are so flippin' smart. RJ, even though I noticed these weird things, I still never dreamed our government. No, me neither. I live in Las Vegas, says Janik, and I've seen several old casinos implode. They come down like accordion, bottom first, then top. Yeah, I've seen buildings imploded when I lived in Kansas City. I saw one. Patriot Angel, Nassara was supposed to start on 9/11. That's what the gold was for, the asset-backed nuclear. Really? Oh my gosh, you guys are so smart. RJ, I love you, Penny. You're so thoughtful and quick thinking, trying to save that family from the trauma. Yeah, can you imagine? I mean, your baby's coming into the world and that's burned in your brain, that visual. I mean, it's bad enough to know it happened, but to watch it taking place. Oh, you were making your daughter's birthday cake. Janet, the Vegas shooting is another freaky incident. Oh my gosh, I so want to learn more about that. I really want, who do I follow to get good information on that one? I know there's one guy who's been covering it, but I forgot his name. And like he's been extensively covering it. Look at the plane that went down on the Hudson River because of birds, but the planes went through the steel girders. Oh, I'm not saying that the planes brought the buildings down. I just think the planes were part of it. The Vegas shooting is a weird one. Yeah, there's no way that was one shooter. I've heard 911 calls of people in different places, and you can hear shooting right there. Oh, wow. I heard all the gunshots. I live close. That's scary. Vegas was ISIS. Yeah, they weren't there like Saudis there, and the fire from the planes melted the steel. I do believe that. I mean, I mean, just the fact that there were planes. I don't know how the buildings came down, but I mean, I'm open. That's the thing is, you're just not supposed to listen to any of that. And I'm like, well, why can't I listen? Why can't I hear that and evaluate the science and the data and make up my own mind? That's how it's always worked before, I thought. Have you heard of Nassara Gassara? I've seen, there's a channel that talks about it a lot. I think it's the Update Prophecy channel, but I've not really looked into it. I don't think there were real planes at any of the scenes. Well, I know someone whose dad died in the tower that day. I did an interview on his show about my near-death experience. I was getting ready to fly to London from Orlando, Florida. My so bad flown from Moody AFB to Germany to visit. Oh, your son maybe? He joined me in England on 9/11. Wow. Announced it over the loudspeaker. Look up engineers and pilots on the whole 9/11. Oh, I will. Yes, all the sirens going off. Please, cars and ambulances. It was unreal. Smith Munt was modified by Obama. Okay. Gosh, you guys you have so much more information than I do. Trump was there meeting the Saudis. I left Vegas one day before the shootings. I was in the area with my friend on vacation. Saudi lives in 35th floor and up in the hotel. Really? Well, there's no way one guy did all that shooting in Vegas. I mean, that's just not even possible. And how do you get all those guns in there? Nobody noticing. It's just the whole thing is, I mean, and it was memory hold. It's kind of like the FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried. Anybody know what's going on with that and the Democrats taking all that money? Nothing. It has been completely memory hold. Debbie, he thought I was on the hijacked plane. Yeah, a friend of mine was flying out to Italy with her husband, and they got grounded. And they were in the airplane for like 6 or 10 hours or something. And nobody knew if they were on the planes coming out of Minneapolis, St. Paul. It was really scary. I know people who were in the plane that hit the Pentagon. I don't think they were in on the conspiracy. Yeah. I'm still pissed that they told people in Building 2 not to evacuate. I lost several coworkers in the towers that day. Oh my goodness, you guys. I'm so sorry. Fiona says my dog's breeder was at the shooting in Vegas. He had fought in Vietnam and said they were shooting from helicopters. So many people said that. It was a mussed up. And I cannot think that it would have been so dark that they couldn't have seen helicopters because there was a concert going on and that's a lit up kind of thing. It was really scary. We didn't know what was going on. All of a sudden, no planes, sirens. Yeah, we got 2 different events going in the chat if you're confused. We're talking about Vegas and 9/11. Nassara, Gassara, and BRICS. I know what BRICS is about to change everything. The good reset, WEF is the bad reset. Yeah, I think BRICS is going to be great. I think it's going to force America's hand. It is going to make us, it's going to knock us down a peg or two, and I think we need it. Not us as people, but our government. I can only imagine. Yeah, that's just, you guys, that's so scary. Yeah, David, I'm trying to think of his last name, but I did a near-death experience thing with him, and his dad was in the towers and was killed. And he was just a little boy at the time. I'd heard about the helicopters. Yeah, aren't you guys like, I just want to hear all the details. Like, why can't I hear all the details, see all of the data, hear everybody who was there that wants to talk about it, Anybody who's got scientific or forensic data, just let us hear it all. I mean, we're not babies. Like I said, if this is such a contradiction. They keep telling us that our kids can make decisions about what sex they are, and can make decisions about dismembering their bodies, but we can't hear all the information on these things because it's just going to be too much for us. You can't have it both ways. That's not going to work. All witnesses that went against the narrative died strangely. Well, that's not unusual. Just like when the CIA killed JFK. Yeah, I would love to sit at the feet of RFK and just hear everything that he's probably not saying. I don't know how open he can be. I mean, I'm praying for his safety. Whether I vote for him or not is another matter entirely. But I mean, he strikes me as a guy that's telling the truth, and I think he deserves to be heard and not be called a fringe candidate, just because he's not Biden. I mean, if anybody's fringe, it's Biden. I'm trying to recall who owned one of the floors at the hotel besides the Saudis. Is it? Oh my gosh, you guys. My mind is being blown. Fiona, what does it mean when you have a near-death experience, but it's just black, dark, and no bright light? Seriously. I mean, a near-death experience is whatever it is to that person. Whatever you saw is what you saw. I don't know. It takes a lot to assimilate an experience because it's so far beyond what we can understand. I don't think 9/11 was a false flag. I think it might have been a false flag to get into a war over oil and, I don't know. There's a lot there. It's a lot. It's a lot to dig into. Like I said, I'm open to anything. I want to hear all information, because it's only by hearing all the information that I can make an educated decision about what I think happened or what I think more needs to be done so that we can sort out what happened, because we should be a truth-telling country. This is just crazy. Everybody should be able to say what they want to say, and, we'll sort out the BS from the truth. I think they killed the 3 Capitol Police that were Arkansas. Oh yeah, that would not surprise me one bit. After J6, they were not trusted to keep the secret. I think that is probably exactly what happened, except for Sicknick, the one that they said got beat with the fire extinguisher. He ended up, I think he had atrial fib or something and died of a stroke. But yeah, that was always my suspicion from the very beginning on that one. Janik says, my son-in-law was called in immediately. He's a police officer. RJ, Mike, I didn't either, but I do now. When things are inexplicable, something nefarious is going on. Look at COVID. Exactly. I wouldn't have even delved into all this but for COVID. I'm like, okay, wait a minute. How long has this crap been going on? And then I started thinking, well, what about 9/11? And what about this? And, what about the whole anthrax thing? I mean, that looks like a total BS cover up. The Bushes had to have that war to hide and move money. Biden is trying the same thing with Ukraine. Absolutely. You guys, if you remember, back when like the whole Ukraine biolabs, all this stuff was coming out, I'm like, you guys, this is real. Biden will give as much money as Zelensky asks for because Biden is his bitch. He's got all this stuff on Biden. The Russians have all this stuff on Biden. He's got to stop the Russians because of what they've got on him. He's got to side with Zelensky and give him whatever he wants because of what Zelensky has on him. There's no saying no. He's going to pour all of our money out into this to protect his son. Like I said, he's their bitch, and that's just what it's going to be. Same with China. I'm sure that you can't tell me China doesn't have stuff on both of them. I think Sicknick was one of the first victims of the clot shot. I don't think would they have even had the shots by then? I don't know. Betty, yes, didn't a whole group of people who attended the concert eventually all suddenly die from gunshot a few years after the event? I don't know about that. Uvalde was Uvalde was obvious. You got to know what to look for. Yeah, Uvalde, you got a kid that was working at McDonald's but currently isn't working that has $4,000 in firearms, and this thing has been memory hold, and you're going to tell me that this kid's not involved with the cartel, not being groomed by the FBI? I don't believe it. That just doesn't even make any sense. Yes, he was on antidepressants, sure, but where did he get $4,000 in guns? It might have been more than that. Ukraine is a big money laundering. Yeah, FTX is part of it. And that's memory hold too. Like, just look at the stuff they don't want to talk about. I mean, that's where, I had a cheating husband years ago. I divorced him, but all I had to do was look at the stuff he didn't want to talk about, and it became pretty clear what was going on. And then he finally had to admit it. Think about it. Those towers, the way they came down just doesn't seem right. I agree. Very first vaccines were first responders in December of 2020. Yeah, but I don't know if he got one. I think that's a definite possibility for a stroke, sure. But I mean, we know he was alive in the Capitol. And it's funny because they said that he died that day. He didn't even die till the next day. But the story of his death came out on that day. And they called his brother to get his opinion. What do you think about your brother dying as a result of the J6 thing? He's like, my brother's not dead. I just talked to him. But he was dead by the next day. So clot shot, somebody coming into the hospital room to make it happen. I don't know. I just don't trust these people anymore. And I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying they've done so much. There's not much I wouldn't put past them at this point. Azov are the muscle to keep. Well, you've got one of the guys that is one of the frontline guys for the Azov battalion that was on the steps at the J6 thing. And they've got pictures of him. Ukraine is the last deep state money laundering and bioweapons. I don't think it's the last one. I think it's the current one. How could gunfire go off for 15 minutes before anyone responded to the school with Uvalde? Well, the police were there when it was going off. They were there when he ran into the building. They just didn't go in. And, that makes me wonder if it's cartel. What would make those cops not run into that building? Fear that somebody was going to kill their families? Are they trying to drum up a rush for getting rid of the Second Amendment? Is the cartel working with the federal government? I mean, would any of this surprise you at this point? That floor in the casino is still closed off. Really? That's interesting. Exactly. Hardly anyone we respect has my trust anymore. Yeah. Nobel, Pulitzer. Yeah. Chapel Hill, Lancet. Yes. RJ, they had to put hand sanitizer on. Oh my gosh. Wow. I love the chat. It's my favorite part of the show. That's why we always end up going late, because you guys are hopping on this topic for sure. I can see this is something that's really interesting to you, and I'm going to do my best to bring people to cover this. I will reach out to Tracy, see if she has any connections for some people I can bring on. If you guys know of anybody, email me. All my information is in the description. If you want to support the show, which I really appreciate, it helps defer the cost. There's quite a bit of cost to podcasting. If you want to help defer some of those costs, all the ways that you can donate are in the description. You can also become I think it's a monthly donor on Rumble. I think through the Rumble rant, through the live stream chat there, I think it gives you that option. It just, any way that you want to help out, prayers are definitely appreciated. If you recently sent me a gift, let me know, because I got a box. It's like a decoration thing. I've not opened it all the way because I didn't order it, and I tried to return it, but Amazon doesn't have any record of me ordering it. So I don't know if maybe somebody sent it as a gift. If you do send a gift to me, I don't know how you figure out my address, but if you do send a gift to me, make sure there's a little space on Amazon, if you're sending it that way, that says, is this a gift? And I think you can leave a note. And that way I know not to try to return it, thinking that it was sent to me in error. But it looks like something somebody might have sent me. So I'm sitting on it, because they're like, well, just throw it away if you don't want it. And I'm like, but somebody might be missing this. Oh, Uvalde cops stopped for hands. Yes. You could be right about the cartel keeping them out. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Ukraine is the biggest. Cartels are the mules for human trafficking. Yeah, it's all tied together. Ukraine is where one of Hillary's servers was located. Really? Oh my gosh, you guys are so smart. Okay, we got to nail down some real information on this and find it and unearth some of this stuff. Now that COVID's settling down, I feel like I could get my brain around looking into some of this other stuff that I just, gobbled up thinking, I was raising my kids and living my life. And it never occurred to me that the government was trying to kill us or, start coups in other countries. And I remember my son telling me this in high school. You think our country's so honest and you think their hands are so clean. We start coups in other countries. And I'm like, oh, how un-American of you. And now I realize he was right. Either the notes are missing when the boxes arrive or people ignore them. I've sent a few and people didn't know it was from me. At Jigsaw, yeah, hand sanitizers while babies are getting slaughtered. Yeah, I'm telling you, the cartel is involved in that. There's no way you'll convince me otherwise. The cartel, I think, is in bed with the government. I think the government, has got people that groom these kids to do this shooting. The cartel taps this kid, gives him the guns. He goes in, he shoots up this, just a theory, goes in, he shoots up the place. The police stand outside, hold people back because they've been threatened or they're in the pay of the cartel. And then you've got this horrible travesty that takes place that shocks the consciousness of Americans, that makes them push for gun control in people who are legal gun users or gun carriers, gun owners. And there you go. It all works to feed the thing. They don't care how many people have to die. What's the next book? I'm very fascinated with the Return of the Gods. We're doing the Return of the Gods now. And then the next book that we're going to do is The Harbinger 2. And it's by the same author, Jonathan Cahn. And then we'll break from Jonathan Cahn after that. Our government is working with the cartel for, absolutely they are. You think this fentanyl is getting in by accident? You don't think our country couldn't stop all this fentanyl from coming in if they wanted to? And you know what really worries me? All of our drugs, or many of our ingredients for our drugs, are still coming from China. And we know, the whole recalls that we've had over cancer-causing agents and drugs, yet we're still getting those same ingredients from China. You don't think China is going to continue putting cancer-causing ingredients in our drugs? They absolutely are. It's insane that we're getting our drugs from China. These should be manufactured in this country. They should be secured by the DOD to make sure that we're not having anything put into our medications other than the poison that's supposed to be in there, that's supposed to help us feel better. Fiona says, my wonderful husband had thought I was a bit daft before COVID. Before COVID, I didn't even jab our dogs. Well, Fiona, you're right. You were right. And now human trafficking, it's shocking and hard. Yeah, human trafficking has been going on for a long time. It's shocking and heartbreaking and infuriating what our government is doing. I agree. Patriot Angel, how did you get that? Collateral damage. My heart is sad, for sure. Mike says Trump had the border pretty secure. They can't have a great reset with America first. They hate Trump and they hate us. Oh, yeah. If they could just kill us outright, they would do it. I believe that. Penny, you watch Loose Change on Rumble, and it's a great start regarding 9/11. Loose Change. So that's the name of the channel? Check the therapist that these killer kids go to. Oh, yeah. Well, just the fact that they're putting so many kids on antidepressants is really troubling because they can cause violence, homicidal ideation, suicidal ideation. It's called Loose Change. Hold on, I'm looking, love. Here it is. Is that the one? The 60 followers? They've not done anything in a while. Oh, no videos, honey. Am I doing it wrong? Is this it? It's okay. I got it. Look there. Check the therapist. Does anyone wonder just how many terrorists are really here? Yeah. Does anybody wonder how many actually work for our government? Yes, if you're on prescriptions, you better look for alternatives. That's what I've been doing. Yeah. MK Ultra, Loose Change is the doc. I got it. RJ, the DOD is not a good idea either, Penny. They just got caught not protecting the sensitive information they nailed that guy for. Yeah. Probably framed him to save face for incompetent. Yeah. I can't argue. Okay, guys, I'm going to pray us out because it's 12:09 and we're late. We're going to get grounded. Supposed to be on the other side of the door. That was my dad's rule. If you were to be home by 10, that meant in the house, on the inside, the door closed behind you, locked. And I was grounded a week for every minute I was late. I love you guys. You guys are awesome. This is so fun. I really enjoy hanging out with you guys. I hope you enjoy it too. These people go cold turkey off of their antidepressants and other meds. Yeah, let's be careful going cold turkey. Maybe a lot of these you need to wean off of. Ask your doctor. I'm not a doctor. I think food has a lot to do with why people have become so unhinged. Well, I think it's a culmination of things. Food, the media beating the hell out of us and scaring the hell out of us. Kids are convinced. I keep looking out the window to see the world blowing up and it still seems okay. And they've been scaring me with that since childhood. I finally got wise to it and was like, I think we're okay. Link for antibiotics. Fish Flex collection. Oh, okay. Yeah. Is it through? Well, there's a website now that, they've admitted the chemtrails now. There's a website now that you can go to that'll give you I think 5 basic, Dan Bongino's always talking about it. 5 basic antibiotics. Most things can be treated without an antibiotic. If you watch Red Pill 78, he's got links to the chlorine dioxide, and this is different than chlorine bleach. That if it's hard because people don't understand chemistry, so they hear chlorine and they think the only thing is bleach, but that's not true. Just like there's different kinds of magnesium citrate, magnesium glutamate, magnesium threonate. There's all kinds of different ones, but chlorine dioxide will get rid of just about anything. Lugol's iodine, even Nash iodine is really, really good. What do you have a defense? Do I have a defense for Marburg? My idea for Marburg, I think hydroxychloroquine is going to be helpful. I think that's where McCullough is leaning with that, Dr. Peter McCullough. I also like iodine as a first line of defense. It's just good. It's just antiviral, antifungal, antibacterial. It's just good. It breaks down biofilms, so things that are harder to kill are easier to kill. I keep a liter of it in the house. If we have any kind of radiation accident, that's going to be good to go. I like the chlorine dioxide protocols. They work for just about anything. I don't have those. I couldn't quote you the protocol, but I have it on hand. I'm trying to think, big doses of vitamin C. I've told you guys I like sodium ascorbate because sodium ascorbate, you can get it on Amazon. Let me just show it to you. I like the sodium ascorbate because you can get so much in a little bit. The iodine, I've actually switched to Nascent iodine, NASCENT iodine. Get one that's made in this country. Because the Lugol's iodine was causing me just acne and some really other side effects that I didn't like. But the Nascent iodine seems to be smoother for me. It doesn't cause such big bumps. I just like it. I feel a lot better. I have a lot better energy. Hold on, let me pull this up. Amazon. Okay, so let's first look at the screen a little bit bigger so I can see. We always get into this stuff in the end, don't we? You guys are just delightful. I'm just happy to work for you. Oh, yeah. Chemtrails are harmless. Yeah, give me a break. Imagine when China cuts off the supply of drugs. Yeah, imagine. We're going to have to figure something out. Okay, iodine. Let's look up Nascent iodine. Oh, look at this. I'm looking in the wrong place. Stop. It's like I've never used Amazon before. It's because my screen is weird. Okay, I'm just going to have to open this all up so I can see. Can't see your comments for a second. Nascent iodine. And where's the one that I found that is from here? They've got the InfoWars one, but if you're going to buy the InfoWars one, don't buy it from Amazon. Buy it from InfoWars. I think it's this. Which one is it? I can't remember. Just go through and look at these. These are all Nash and iodine. Follow the label instructions. If you're gonna start taking iodine, it's wonderful for your thyroid, wonderful for protecting your breasts from things like breast cancer, your prostate, and most of us are iodine deficient. The iodine in your salt off gases. So when you put it in a salt shaker, and a lot of us don't even use iodized salt anymore. We use sea salt, but the iodine off gases. So once you put it in a container with little holes in the top, the iodine is gone. And so if you're going to take Nash and iodine, you definitely need to take selenium, because iodine increases your thyroid's production of T4. And without selenium, your thyroid will not convert T4 to T3, which is the active form of thyroid hormone. So if you're going to take iodine, you want to be taking some sea salt. I take a 1/4 teaspoon or 1/8 of a teaspoon twice a day to help pull the bromide off of your thyroid so that the iodine can get on. The kelp iodine I'm careful about because it's a lot of places that source that have radioactive issues because of radioactive fallout. Is it good to put potassium iodine in olive oil after a shower? You mean like on your skin? Yeah, I suppose. I mean, I don't think it's going to hurt anything, but make sure you're taking selenium. You need 200 micrograms because otherwise you're not going to convert your T4 to T3, which you need to be able to do. Himalayan pink salt and selenium, yes. Is there something natural to take for blood pressure? Yeah, magnesium, calcium, potassium. They make a supplement that has all three, and that's really good for blood pressure. Never take more potassium than is on a label over the counter, because potassium has a very small frame of reference for normal. And if you get outside that, you can have heart issues. The combinations that you can buy and the potassium that you can buy over the counter, as long as you're taking it within those doses, you don't have to worry because they're pretty low. Yeah, if you're eating carnivore, you definitely want to be eating pink salt. I like Redmond's salt. It's really good. Is there something natural? We got the blood pressure. Yeah, I put salt in my coffee too. Yeah, I do put it in my tea. So I put a little bit of salt. I drink red vanilla rooibos tea, and I put a pat of butter in there, a little bit of salt, and some heavy cream, and a little bit of vanilla sometimes. And it's super yummy. It's just bulletproof tea instead of bulletproof coffee. Glutathione or NAC. If you are currently sick, glutathione. And I like the inhaled glutathione from TheraNaturals. They come in little capsules, and you can put them in a nebulizer with 5 milliliters of distilled water and inhale it. It smells like farts. I apologize. I actually take just a little toothpick, and I put it down in a bottle of doTERRA wild orange essential oil, and then I dip it into that, and it kind of dissipates the fart smell, because the fart smell is overwhelming. NAC will build up your glutathione levels, but it takes a month or two to do it. So if you're not sick, go ahead and start taking NAC and N-acetylcysteine, for anybody who doesn't know what that is. And it'll help pull up your glutathione levels. So will vitamin C. And I want to show you that vitamin C. Yes, taking selenium is great for high blood pressure. Okay, and let me show you the vitamin C. Sodium ascorbate. I'll show you why I like this. No, I didn't say that. Bicarbonate? Pretty sure I wrote ascorbate. Here we go. I like this one. Methylene blue. Love methylene blue. Love it. Love it. That's another thing that'll cure just about anything. Methylene blue heals the mitochondria. And the mitochondria are the powerhouse of the cell. So if you're having issues with long COVID, or what I call post-viral vagal neuropathy, definitely methylene blue is great for inflammation. If you've got a G6PD deficiency, I would not take methylene blue. Read up on it for sure. There's a guy on Rumble called Sunfruit Dan. Sunfruit Dan. And he's got all kinds of information on Lugol's iodine, methylene blue, Miracle Mineral Solution. I don't know if he's got anything on chlorine dioxide, but they're just little short videos. You can pick the ones you want and really build your education that way. But I love methylene blue. You don't want to go higher than a 1% concentration. I get the liquid. I'll show you which one I use, but let me show you the vitamin C real quick. No. What the devil? This happened last time I was on Amazon. It wouldn't open stuff. All right, is it going to be down here? There we go. Let's try that. Okay, so I like this one, and let me show you why. Let's get to the back of it. Not that one. That one. Okay. So this has, in a quarter teaspoon, 1,100 milligrams of vitamin C. That is a huge wallop of vitamin C. And if you put it in lemonade, you cannot taste it. Even if you put it in Kool-Aid or whatever it is you drink, you can't taste it. Orange juice, I can put a half teaspoon in, and that's 2 grams of vitamin C. You get a big old wallop. This dang bottle, I've had this thing almost 2 years. $39, lasts forever. It is great. I definitely like it. That's the one that I like. What was the other one? Where's the inhaled glutathione? The inhaled glutathione you have to order from Thera Naturals. I'm putting it in the chat here. Thera Naturals. And it comes in a little capsule. It's white, and you just open the capsule up, and you put it in your nebulizer cup, and then you put in 5 milliliters of distilled water, and you just inhale it and just try to endure the fart smell. If you've got something respiratory going, if you've got asthma, be careful, because they're kind of conflicting reports on whether it makes asthma worse or better. Everybody I've known that has asthma that's used it has found that it helps. But you can always go lower. You could use half of a capsule. You don't have to use that full amount. And it'll bubble up when it gets in the water because there's sodium bicarbonate in it as a buffer for your lungs. But yeah, I mean, like when we've got something coming on, we go ahead and we hit it with that. Methylene blue also raises your glutathione levels. So let me show you the methylene blue I like. And the way I take methylene blue, because it stains, is I buy the little veggie capsules and put it in the veggie capsules. And there's a book on methylene blue too. And I'm not an expert on that one, but I have used it with good results. Where's my search? And when you take methylene blue, you've got to pay for good methylene blue, because you have to get the pharmacy grade. Because if you use the other ones that are not pharmacy grade, they have lead and other things in them. They're not meant for consumption. Don't try to shortcut that. And this is the one that I use. It's a 1% solution. I put 40 drops, and I cannot remember how I figured out how much to use. I think it was based on weight. And it might be in my methylene blue book. Let me look. So there's a book on methylene blue. I think I have a Kindle of it. There it is. All right. Oh, look there. It's pulled up even. Here's your book. I hope you could see that. Let me find the dosing here. This is a really good book to read about methylene blue. And methylene blue is showing promise for dementia, all kinds of things. Because if you can heal the mitochondria, you can heal just about anything. How many drops perhaps in a capsule? Yeah, I'm looking here. Enhancement, depression. Yeah, let me just read the table of contents of this book. Nitric oxide and the origins of disease. Nitric oxide, miracle molecule or aging accelerant. Gene therapy failure and the future of medicine. Then you got methylene blue, the great nitric oxide inhibitor. There's all these things pushing nitric oxide, but they're not talking about the other side of that. And this book handles that. Yeah, the greatest hydroxychloroquine actually is a derivative of methylene blue. Methylene blue, the virus warrior, the greatest anti-malarial drug. Forget dementia, methylene blue for Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, cognitive enhancement and brain boosting, which I find it has a very good effect on, like if I'm struggling with concentration or my mood's getting low, I find a little bit of methylene blue. It reoxygenates the mitochondria, and it really does help, especially with some vitamin C. Depression, autism, pain. They've done some really good studies injecting methylene blue into joints, and the effect on reducing inflammation is marked. Methylene blue in cancer, methylene blue for cats, dogs. Safety dose, there it is. That took a little bit, didn't it? High versus low dose. I am always a fan of going low dose on things. Vitamin C would probably be the only exception to that rule. Always start low. You can work up. For me, the dose on the label of things is a dose that you get to if you have to. But if you can take less, always try to take less. Take the lowest dose that works of any drug. But ask your doctor, because I'm not a doctor. You take reduced glutathione in pill form. It's just hard to absorb. Yeah, if you're gonna do the inhaled, I don't think you're gonna find you want to do the inhaled very often. I just use that for when we're sick, something's hitting us hard. Otherwise, N-acetylcysteine for some people can cause irritability, so I take it before bed. So methylene blue is a safe drug when used in therapeutic doses less than 2 milligrams per kilogram. So I'm going to go through that math with you. You don't want to use it in high doses because it can cause toxicity. Don't ever use it in high doses. But 2 milligrams per kilogram. So to figure out how many kilograms you are, you just take your weight and you divide that by 2.2. So I'm not going to tell you my weight. We'll just pick a weight. So say you're 140 pounds. Do I have a calculator so I can show you this on screen? And then I'll show you how to calculate the dosage. Calculator. Damn, there it is. Okay. Stop screen share. Present. Share screen. Huh. It doesn't give me an option. Oh, wait. Entire screen. Do I need to just pop the calculator back up? Yeah, let's try that. Oh, for the love of God. Okay, I'm just going to do the math and explain it to you. Okay, so you're 140 pounds. You take 140 divided by 2.2 equals, that would mean you're basically 63 kilograms. So then you're going to do 2 milligrams per kilogram. So clear, 63 times 2 equals 126. What was our dosage? Yeah, 126 milligrams per kilogram. Now we've got to figure out how many drops that is. Really? All right, what's the back of the bottle say here? Nothing like doing math in front of people. Nope, that's just the analysis on it. I'll have to look up that one, guys. I've got to go in and put it into my solution calculator. 0.5 milligrams per drop. Okay. So what was our number? 126. 0.5 milligrams per drop. So 126. That's my code for my phone, silly. So what is that? That's like 60 drops for 140 pounds. And I would split it out. There's a good, when I come on next time, I've got a link for a dosage calculator and everything that'll make this way easier for you guys. Don't jump in, read the book first. Don't ever go into something just because I say it. Absolutely, do your reading, because you've seen Sunfruit Dan naked, I think. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Sunfruit Dan's got a great site, and he talks about, he's a big fan of Lugol's iodine. I just find that for a lot of people, Debbie will can attest to this unless she's gone off to bed. It can cause sweating, and I just think it's hard on the body, especially if you're iodine deficient. If you're already at baseline, you can tolerate just about anything. But for me, I just think the nascent iodine is far less harsh. It's easier to get used to. I didn't really have any issues trying to get to the right dose. I just started right at the right dose and didn't have any problems. And if you know Edgar Casey was a big fan of nascent iodine. I don't know that makes it any more reliable, but just to throw a name out there. How many per drops, perhaps in a capsule? Yeah, pharmaceutical grade. I take reduced glutathione in pill form, so I should stop. Yeah, we talked about that. Taking NAC and bromelain. Yeah, bromelain's good. Off topic, do you utilize DMSO? You know what? I want to, but I can't figure it out. And I can't figure out, I think the literature is so confusing on DMSO. I don't know whether DMSO and MSM are the same thing. So I've got chlorine dioxide, and it comes, it comes with the activator minus citric acid. Now I'm hearing that the hydrochloric acid is better, but Zach, go to Red Pill 78. I'll get that information from Zach. He's got the link. I've got the book in my computer somewhere on chlorine dioxide. The thing I think is that DMSO and chlorine dioxide basically do the same thing as methylene blue. You know what I mean? I don't think you need all of them. So I feel like if you're taking the nascent iodine and your selenium, you're in good shape. And then if something were to happen and you were to get sick, I think methylene blue is a good thing to get in there. And if you'll remember, I don't know if you guys remember this, right at the beginning of COVID, there were these two younger guy doctors, and they were talking about how methylene blue was the answer because these people could breathe just fine. They weren't wearing out. Their mechanism of breathing was fine. They just couldn't oxygenate. Well, what methylene blue does is it delivers straight oxygen to the mitochondria, and you can give it IV. And so these guys were like, let's treat these people like they've got altitude sickness, because that's what this looks like. You've got perfectly fine muscles that are working well. You should be able to oxygenate. They can't oxygenate. Don't put them on the reason generally you put somebody on a ventilator is because their muscles are wearing out, and that's why their blood gases are dropping. As long as they can still breathe effectively, if you can hyperoxygenate the blood with methylene blue, then you can avoid the ventilator altogether. And everybody called them crazy, and people even pitched it to me, and I'm like, what would it have to do with altitude sickness? But they were onto something, and it turns out they were right. And the studies are coming out now on methylene blue and COVID. I will go over this stuff next week. I can see you guys, this is something you guys are wanting to know about. Who is the author on the methylene blue book? I should have told you that, shouldn't I? I'm sorry. Silly. Mark Sloan. I'll show you the book again too, if it'll give me the cover back. Oh, come on. You stop it. It just keeps opening it. It's called The Ultimate Guide to Methylene Blue by Mark Sloan. I still use Lugol's on occasion. Yeah, if I've got something coming, if I feel like a stomach bug coming on, I'll hit it with Lugol's right away. But I don't take it every day. I take the nascent with selenium. Yeah, always with selenium. Tried the MMS. See, I think it's the MMS that is in the chlorine dioxide, right? I just think the DMSO, the MMS, that's all very confusing, but I have everything. Yes, they also discovered to treat people like they got the bends that divers get. Yes. You guys have good memories. She is my retired service dog. Oh. Patriot Angel. Oh, got that one. Yep, 100%. Okay, guys. I'm going to pray us out. I definitely have direction for next week's show. Tuesday morning, 10:30 Eastern in the morning. I said morning, right? We use DMSO with horses, and my friend's dad studied extensively. Yeah, there's a lot of literature on DMSO. I take olive leaf for a go-to. Yeah, olive leaf is good. Oregano is good. Is it oregano? Yeah, oregano oil, right? That one is really good. It's just, it burns. It's a hard one to take. It's hard on your stomach. Methylene blue in a capsule. And it will turn your pee blue. Don't freak out. That's not anything that's going to hurt you. But anyway, we do the book club Tuesday mornings, 10:30 Eastern. I feel like I've prattled on endlessly. 10:30 Eastern. We go to about 12:30, and then of course the Friday night show. And be praying for our friend Tracy Beans. She's got a lot of things on her plate and things coming up. She's going to be at the premiere of Plandemic 3. I think she's emceeing that event. And if anybody's earned it, it's her. And I just am praying that she has a really good time and that she's blessed by that. And I just love her whole big bunches. If you don't follow Tracy Beans, Beanz, I would recommend her highly. Uncover DC is the Rumble channel, but she also has a channel under her own name. And it looks like all the content's on both. She has this weird double channel problem a lot of us have on here. Been using black seed oil. Yeah, there you go. That's a good one. CBD. There's all kinds of good stuff. But they all kind of do the same thing. They're all addressing that kind of mitochondrial function and inflammation. And so you don't need 20 things. You just need, two reliable options in your house. But I like iodine because we are iodine deficient. And, you just see so much hypothyroidism. And but work with your doctor, talk to them. If you want to have your iodine level test, it's a 24-hour urine catch for iodine. Your doctor's probably never ordered it. If you can get them to order it, the lab will probably have to look up how to order it. I've never seen one ordered in 20 years of being a nurse, 21. You're still trying to figure out Rumble. Mike, if you have any issues, email me. Jeff Ahern was having trouble with echo in his sound. And I'm like, hey, message me. And so he messaged me and I'm like, headphones, buddy, your sound's reflecting into your mic and it's going, through the system as well. And so you're getting an echo because of it. And we got it fixed for him. So yeah, it is, Rumble is not user friendly for people who've never done it. Like on Facebook, you can just jump on and go. It's not like that. You've got to pay to live stream. You can put videos up for free, but if you're going to live stream, you've got to pay for that. Then you've got to have another service like StreamYard or Restream or something like that you also have to pay for. That's why I said it gets expensive really easy. That's why I appreciate people donating to the show because, it comes out of my pocket and I want a disability income. Need it though. The podcast I am on had an episode removed from YouTube. I guess you can't say the election was stolen. Yeah, I've got a strike on YouTube too. I have eCam. I have a good handle on that end. Okay. I don't know anything about that. Yeah, I think you're going to like Rumble and it's really picking up. I picked up 400 after I did Tracy's show. I picked up 400 subscribers in about 5 days. And the video before this last book club went to 2,500. I was averaging about 1,200. So yeah, especially where we all try to help each other and get each other's names out there so that we can all be successful. Not everybody does that, but a lot of us do. All right, guys, I'm going to pray and then we're done. Okay. Heavenly Father, thank you for this day. And thank you for my Rumble and YouTube and Facebook, Twitter families that come and hang out here and teach me so much. I'm so blessed by that. Thank you for bringing people into my life who know way more than me. I love that. I love friending up in that way where I'm made so much more by the people who come to hear me. It's just such an interesting turn of events. I love that. And just thank you for using me to help other people and to bless other people. And Father, I pray for everybody that donates and everybody that prays, that you would bring that back to them tenfold, just pressed down, shaken together and running over. Bless them, Father, and just let the light come out of them and touch everyone around them because light spreads further than darkness. And we need to diminish the darkness. Father, we thank you so much for your blessings in our life. We apologize for the ways that we have been apathetic, the ways that we have not acted on what you've wanted us to do, the things that we've simply done that are just wrong and bad for us. And we ask that you would forgive us for those and help us to become the light again and the salt of the earth. Make us the city on a hill, Father, and change this world on the behalf of the people that follow you and love you. Don't let it all go down the drain, Father, because of the people that are dark. Save it for us. Save it for us, Father. We'll sound the clarion call and just be faithful to us and save this for us. Save our children and our family members that have distanced themselves from us, Father. Please warm their hearts. soften their hearts so that they can hear the truth and at least allow us back into their lives. That is such a hard separation for people. Father, I pray for our government. You see that it is just a cesspool, and I pray that you bring that to light so that everybody is aware of it. I pray for the upcoming elections that they be safe and fair and free. And Father, help us to know how to participate so that we can make that happen. Father, most of all, I thank you for this podcast and for my friends and my husband who's so supportive of me doing this. And we thank you for Jesus. It's in his name we pray. Amen. All right, guys, and the animals. Love you whole big bunches. Mike, all my contact information, all my donation information is in the description. If you guys need anything, just reach out. And I'm here to help in any way I can. I don't know a lot of stuff, but the stuff I know well. I will see you guys on Tuesday. If not, I will see you on Friday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. You're welcome. Love you guys. Unplug this weekend, okay? Take a break, relax. You guys have got a lot on your plates, a lot of stress in your lives. Remember to breathe. Remember to pray, okay? Talk to you guys soon. Love you whole big bunches. Nurse Penny out.